Get started. Hi, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of our RISE Summer School. I'm Charles Delahunt. I'm with the RISE board, and I'm here to introduce a couple hours session about writing for MICCAI. And so the context we have here is that we have done some marvelous research, let's assume, and we want to share it with the world. And if we can get this paper written and accepted to MICCAI, then a lot of great things flow, right? We are famous forever, and we get to attend MICCAI, potentially find funding and share our findings with other people, learn about more about the research going on. But the catch is, of course, that it's really hard to get a paper through all the noise. Several thousand papers submitted to MICCAI, thousands of papers rattling around the ML universe every day, and people have almost no time, they have almost no attention to spare for our work, however incredibly wonderful it is. So the goal of today is to talk about some basic principles, not just for MICCAI papers, but also for communication in general, how to cut through that noise. And the lineup for today is going to be a two-parter. The first hour, we're going to have Randy Olson and his ABT crew here to talk to us about core principles. And the second hour, I'll be talking about MICCAI papers in particular. So we're very fortunate to have Randy and his team here. They are part of a group that Randy founded years ago. They provide communications training to groups like Global Health Labs, where I work, to Pfizer pharmaceuticals, companies like this, also to government agencies like the Forest Service and the Federal Aviation Administration, and groups like the World Bank. And they are here today to work with us at RISE-MICCAI. So super happy to have them to talk about basic principles of cutting through that noise. And with that, I'll pass it over to Randy. Thank you so much for being here, and Matthew and Elizabeth.
And here we go. Thank you very much, Charles. Welcome everybody to this session on the ABT, which stands for and, but, therefore. And you may or may not have noticed that Charles presented his opening comments using this structure. We're going to get into it in a great detail. And the ABT, just from the outset, to be crystal clear on everything, it refers to the idea of a single sentence, really, is the way we use it, which can be the core sentence for the whole large amount of material you want to present. This is your basic structure and consists of these 3 words. We color code the material associated with the words, so blue, red, and then green. Um, I could give you an ABT right now. It's wonderful to be here, and I enjoy doing these sessions, but it is 5 o'clock in the morning here in Los Angeles, so we're a little on the just waking up side. Therefore, I'll have to stay focused and keep moving myself along. And as a matter of fact, let me introduce my 2 co-workers here as well that will be co-presenters. And each of them is going to present off the top of their head with no forewarning here. They will introduce themselves using an and, but, therefore sentence, just to show you how easy it is to just off the top of your head think of an ABT. Matthew, you want to give us an ABT?
Certainly. Hi, everyone. My name is Matthew David, and I actually started out my career here in LA as a screenwriter, had many wonderful years doing that. But one day, this entire pandemic came around, which put a big halt to my career. Thankfully, therefore, my old producer friend Randy Olson said, "Hey, Matthew, want to help me run this ABT course?" And it has been a wild, wonderful ride ever since. I get to employ all of my old narrative skills to this entirely new domain, and it has been a ton of fun.
And that was delivered to you with zero forewarning or preparation. I just asked him spur of the moment. And same thing from Liz Strauss. Give us a wake up ABT.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's good to be here, and I am very excited for this, but I have not had my coffee yet. Therefore, it's going to take a little more concentration from me to
Okay.
keep
Once
going.
again, we're all 3 in California, and it is bright and early. So, okay, that's the crew, and that's the basic, simple use of this ABT. And it really is present in everything interesting you have to say. It all kind of tracks back to this structure. And the 3 elements are The setup, you begin by setting something up. You heard all three of us say just a couple of comments about um, here's where I am, and it's fun to do all this sort of stuff. Then it gets interesting when we get to the problem. And you heard Liz say, but her problem is that she hasn't had coffee yet. And once you've set up and delivered the problem here, then we want to pretty quickly know, what are you going to do about your problem? And that's the therefore element, which is the solution that you're developing on in association with it. The three forces that you're drawing on for each of these three elements are, first off, agreement. We set up all this material by, here's what we can agree on. We can agree that it's early, and we can agree that when it's early, sometimes you're a little slow getting going. Contradiction is the force that you use for the second element. Once you've set up something, then the word but gives you the ability to go the opposite direction. Everything's wonderful here, but we have one problem, which is this and this. And then, as I say, once you've established that, the force you want to draw on for the third part is consequence, which is, as a result of this, this is what we're going to do. These are the actions that are going to be taken. So agreement, contradiction, consequence are the forces. The actual things you're presenting are setup, problem, and the solution. And at the biggest and broadest of all levels is this idea that we talk about, which is of presenting your information as a journey. And we like to think of it these days as having the journey mindset. So that means that you're not just sitting static in one place, you're actually moving forward. And that's what an audience wants to do with you. They want to go with you on a journey. And in fact, a recent example that really brings this to life that I think is wonderful was last year. The great and wonderful singer Taylor Swift released her big 3-hour documentary about her Eras tour that she held recently. And she begins the entire 3-hour documentary walking out on stage, talking to her audience. And here's what she says to them. Tonight, I'm going to take you on a journey. We're about to go on a little adventure together. That adventure is going to span 17 years of music. And what she's referring to in saying that is that ordinarily in the past, when she's given concerts, it's just been a bunch of songs. It hasn't been a journey. Like, here's a song about this, here's a song about that, here's another song, here's song, song, song. So there's no structure to, and her fans like her music so much that that's not a problem. But things get more interesting when you're actually moving somewhere on a journey. And that's what she did in this 3-hour documentary. Is her journey began with her early songs and then moved to her middle year songs, and eventually brought us up to the present. That's what everybody wants, is to go on a journey together. And that's the mindset that we want to try and work with you and push you on to think in terms of how you're presenting your information. This journey that goes from the setup to identifying the problem, and then on a journey to solve that problem. So there's two ways we can communicate. The first of which, it's not that it's wrong, but it's just basically no journey, where that's all you do is you just show up and you say, here's a whole bunch of information. You people make sense out of it. And scientists have a tendency to do that a lot, where they feel that the information speaks for itself. But it's really more effective for communication, again, if you can draw on this journey mindset with the setup, the problem. And then once you've established the problem, that's when we're moving forward. We're moving to try and solve the problem and eventually get to the solution. So that's our structure. My life's journey professionally has been one big journey. I began my professional work as a scientist, and I enjoyed being a scientist, but I developed this bigger, broader interest in communication, and that led me to leave the science world and go off into the world of filmmaking to get deeper insights in broad communication. And that's been the journey I've been on through filmmaking, eventually made films, developed a kind of a career and reputation as a filmmaker, and then took that information back to the science world and to other disciplines now and presented to them in this journey structure. And in fact, I've written a series now of 12 books, but the very first book was really a statement of the problems. And it was titled, Don't Be Such a Scientist. And what I did in that book was I talked about these are the problems that come up when scientists try and communicate information. And really the problems are occur in almost all professions that try and communicate large amounts of information to an audience. So the first book was about the problems, and kind of sat there for 2 or 3 years with people asking, okay, well, if that's the problems, what do you have for a solution? And I wasn't sure yet until I came across the ABT and formulated it out of other things that I had heard. and presented it then in 2015, 10 years ago. In this book, Houston, we have a narrative why science needs story. And that's really what this ABT is the story dynamic. That has proven to be so successful that it's resulted in a whole series of other books. In particular, in our training program, we have this series of 6 books called The Narrative Gym, in which it's been, there are specific versions of the initial book for all the major disciplines of professions we work with. So there's a version for business, one for law, one for politics, one for science, one for medicine. So, as I say, there's 2 ways to present information. The non-narrative way, we can also refer to as and structure. And this is where all you're doing is presenting one piece of information after another, this and this and this and this. And this is what happens in some presentations where people haven't put in the effort to try and shape the information into a journey. And the result sometimes can be pretty boring because we're not going anywhere. We're just, here's another thing, and things get boring when think of, it's like getting in the car to take off on a big trip and then staying in the driveway as you continue to load things in the car and everybody talks in the car and you're still waiting. Can we take off and go on the journey? And that's, again, what we want is this and, but, therefore, setting something up, establishing the problem, moving forward. So what we're going to do right now as an initial exercise with you is a little bit of audience participation from you on 3 key elements in this whole idea of using the ABT. And the first thing we're going to talk about is figuring out your audience and how you interact with the audience. Secondly, we're going to hone in on that problem element at the center of the ABT structure. And then thirdly, we're going to talk about this very important question that you're always confronted with when you communicate, which is the audience wondering, why should we care about what you're talking about? Why is it important? And that's a fundamental part of communication. So for each of these segments that we're going to do right now, they'll have 3 parts to them. The first thing we'll do is I'll say a few words about the topic. So on the audience and on the problem and on the why, the significance. I'll introduce each segment with each of the 3 things we'll go through. And then I'm going to ask you to think through what I've just presented and think of how it applies to the work that you're doing, whatever your topic is. And then we're just going to ask for volunteers to just share with us by typing into the chat window. Matthew will open it up so you can all type into the chat window and share just real short, a few words on your version of what we're talking about. So hopefully this will become clear as we get going. So here's our first one we're going to talk about here is the audience. And whenever you're talking about communication, this is kind of the starting point, is you need to begin by being clear on who's your audience, who are you trying to communicate to. And we have a very simple way to take a look at who your audience is, to break it down into this very simple model, which is your audience splits into 2 groups for the most part. The first one's a very small group, and we refer to it as your inner circle. And the inner circle are all the people who know you, know your work, know what the problem is you've been working on, and just know all this sort of stuff. And you don't have to spend any time catching them up. Typically, your inner circle are people that you talk to day in and day out with your activities, whether they work with you or they're people that just know you, friends and family and things like that. That's the inner circle, this blue circle there. The other part of your audience we refer to as the outer circle. And they're kind of most everybody else who doesn't even know you, don't know the work that you do. They may know you and they don't really know the work that you do. And they need a different form of communication, a different structure. And this is where the ABT becomes important. So this inner circle, the nice thing about them is you can use that structure that doesn't involve a journey. You can just throw out information if people already know the world that you work in and all those sorts of things. So the and structure is fine for the people in your inner circle. The outer circle needs this and, but, therefore, that we're going to be talking about. And the really tough part of this dynamic is to ask yourself, how big is that blue circle? And this is one of the fundamental mistakes that gets made, is that people make the assumption, well, everybody's interested in the work that I do. Actually, most of the time, most people don't really know you very well. They don't know the work that you do, and they're not particularly interested in what it is that you do. You've got to find a way to get them interested. And again, that's what the ABT makes possible. So The size of the inner and outer circle can also change with circumstances. There are two top epidemiologists I worked with 4 years ago with the pandemic. And when the pandemic was raging here, the work that they did as epidemiologists, as virologists, was of interest to everybody that was being impacted by the epidemiology. And so suddenly their inner circle, became very large, and the outer circle not so big. So this is what went on with the pandemic, was that before the pandemic began, these epidemiologists, nobody at a dinner party would want to hear what they're talking about. Big deal. But then overnight, the pandemic hit, and suddenly everybody found themselves in the inner circle. Everybody was being impacted by COVID and all the consequences of it. And what you saw actually in the media was kind of shockingly, suddenly people were interested in all this terminology that nobody'd ever heard of before. Suddenly everybody was talking about this COVID virus, and they were talking about spike proteins and mRNA and all these different techniques and aspects of all the science that went with the virus was suddenly interesting and important. And that's because the inner circle had become large. The people that were really reading up on this stuff, and you didn't even have to tell them, they already read a bunch of articles about the pandemic. But as quickly as the inner circle got big during the pandemic, then eventually the pandemic went away and the inner circle shrunk back down, and people no longer wanted to hear about spike proteins and those sorts of things. Same sort of thing happens out here in California, where I live, with the subject of wildfire. We work with people from the U.S. Forest Service, and they go to small towns. And when there's no fires happening, the people in town really aren't that interested in what the forest fire, the fire prevention people have to say. But when suddenly the fire shows up and they can see the flames out on the horizon approaching their town, suddenly the inner circle is huge. There's an urgency there, and they're interested in everything that the Forest Service people have to say. And then once again, it goes away, and the inner circle shrinks back down. So it changes. And so let's take a moment here now, and everybody think through the work that you do. Who are members of your inner circle? And Matthew's going to open it up now so that everybody can type into the chat window. And let's just have a few people type in there if you just think of it. And Matthew will he'll read them out as they come in. So everybody, time to take part in what we're doing. Type into the chat window. Just a few people that you can think of that you would consider to be in your inner circle. And take it away, Matthew. What do we see?
So yeah, at the bottom of the screen, everyone, you should be able to hit the chat button, open up the chat window. And for your projects, for your work, who are the people who you can just start yeah. You could just start listing facts about what you're doing, and they would instantly know what it is you're talking about. They have all that context.
Let's begin with Charles. Just tell us off the top of your head. Give us an example of somebody from your inner circle.
I got maybe 3 coworkers that I can talk about work exactly to. And somebody in here mentioned my mother. When my mother was alive, she was not inner circle, but of course you can say anything to your mom and she will listen passionately to what you say. So she's a special case. Yeah.
Same with me. Exactly. Yep. Okay, Matthew.
We've got my supervisors, my fellow subject specialists, my mom, my supervisor, my lab mates, my partner, some friends, coworkers, team leader, people in my lab and supervisor, fellow data scientists, computer engineers, and supervisors, clinicians, my course mate, and project mates.
Okay, all right. My favorite one so far was some friends, not all friends.
Not all friends.
Just the really important ones. Okay.
And then someone said no one, which actually is a safe, well, it's a safe default, because even your coworkers, they're not in your brain.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's true.
It's
true.
We
very true.
Sometimes a very safe conservative thing to estimate.
That's an excellent point. Yeah, all else equal, you're probably safer assuming that you have no one in your inner circle. I'm just going to put this together so everybody can understand it.
One person listed as their inner circle, Kate. Now it's getting really specific. Kate, thank you so much for being their inner circle.
Kate is honored. Way to go. Okay. Excellent. All right. That's great. That's exactly what we had in mind here. Now let's move on to your outer circle. Give us some interesting examples of people you would consider to be in your outer circle, namely people living in Los Angeles right now, probably at 5 in the morning.
Yeah, specifically, these are, think about people that you really want to reach, but who do not know your subject matter to the level that you do. These are important people. You want to target them, you want to speak to them, you want them to get on board with your project, but they just don't have that same depth. We have my family. Peer reviewers of my paper are my outer circle. That's
Wait. Let's take a second on that. That's very, very interesting and important. Exactly. There's a tendency when you write a paper to think, oh, this is going to this specific journal. Everybody there knows what I do. And very good point there is that actually most of the peer reviewers, if not all of them, probably won't, even though they are working for that journal. So that's a good point.
Yeah, I'd like to just emphasize that everybody on this call, the reason Randy and his team are here is because when we write our paper and we send it in for peer review, they are outer circle, which means our paper needs to be reaching this group that Randy's talking about with these techniques that they are going to describe.
And it's the exact same thing with research proposals. And in our training course, we have an expert on research proposals. And this one of the things she talks about is that people submit their proposal to a program that has the name that's exactly the field that they work on. But what they don't realize is once they get those proposals, they send them out to other scientists in other disciplines quite often for peer review. And you've got to be writing it, their outer circle people. And so having this clear in your mind of this work that we're doing right now, who's our inner circle, who's our outer circle. Some more there for outer circle, Matthew?
Oh, tons. Undergrads, project managers, co-guides, grant reviewers, friends. They're all med students, frowny face. My family too. University students, stakeholders, yes. Clinicians, whatever God or demon listens to when I debug. Yeah, debugging. I totally get that. Funders, my boss. It's always sad when your boss is your outer circle, but it's so often the case we've found. Project reviewers and the list just goes on and on. Yeah.
And this is wonderful. And functionally, in terms of the work that you do, these are two terms you want to be thinking about with your group day in, day out. You know, who's our inner circle and who's our outer circle? How are we going to reach the outer circle? Are we attending to these ABT elements because they are crucial? That this is the way you reach the outer circle, is that you have a really good setup there, the and material, to get them things that we can agree on. That's building the bridge with them. And then once you do, you can start the journey with the problem and then start to work on that. Okay, great. That's excellent. So that's our first element. Here's our second element we want to talk about. And we're going to do the same thing right now. I'm going to ramble for 2 minutes or so here just to give you a little background, then ask you to share with us again, just like we just did. So as we say, the ABT is these 3 elements: setup, problem, solution. But
Randy, we have a hand raised. Do we want to save questions for the end, or should we take questions now?
Let's go if there's just one question. What's the question?
Sure. Zariab, I see you have your hand raised. I just set it so you can unmute and ask your question if you want. Oh, might have been a false alarm.
Okay.
All right, false alarm. Continue on.
All right. Yeah. In that case, let's hold off on questions till we get to the Q&A at the end.
All right,
okay.
Off.
And so, and once again, these 3 elements: setup, problem, and solution. But it turns out that one of them is more important than the other 2, and that is the problem. So the problem is the be all and end all. The problem is what activates the brains of all your listeners. Most of them are sitting there when you're going through the and material, and their brain's not that fired up yet. It's when you get to the problem that you've used the power of contradiction to change the direction of where things are going. So you've said a bunch of things, this and this and this and this, but sometimes it's this. And it's on the word but that people, neurophysiologists, have actually done studies using functional MRI, and you can see brain activity when somebody's listening to a story. And when they get to the problem, that's when the brain fires up, because that's what the brain is meant for, is to try and solve problems. So it means that you need to work very, very carefully with the problem. And that's your one moment. That's your very best chance to grab the attention of every member of the audience, is in the stating of the problem. And if you do a good job, if you set things up really well, and then you hit the right moment to present the problem, everybody in the whole audience, their brains ought to activate like, oh my goodness, that is really interesting. That is a big problem. How are we going to deal with that? And so your initial focus more than anything else when you're putting together your ABT, how you're going to take us on a journey, is you want to focus in on telling or figuring out what is your problem. And the tool, the way that we approach it to be efficient about it, is to begin with by trying to state your problem in 5 words or less. So you may be working on a big, complicated um, a project involving a whole bunch of people and a whole bunch of equipment and all this sort of stuff. And yet, when you dig all the way through it, you can boil your whole project that you're working on down to just 5 words or less. Something like, but our techniques are out of date. That's a simple statement of all the work that you're doing. We're doing all this great stuff. We're doing these things. We're, preparing all this equipment, yada, yada, yada. But we have a big problem, which is our techniques we're using are out of date. And you can boil that down to 5 words or less, but techniques out of date. That's as much as we need there. Techniques out of date. In those out of date, techniques out of date, in those 4 words, we can get the essence of what it is that you're working on. There's a whole bunch of more details to go with it, but 5 words or less can get us right to the core of it. And every single topic that you're working on can be boiled down into something like that. Think of it as just a brush stroke from a great big painting. So you're not giving us all the details. And why is this the starting point? Why is it so important? Because this is one of the little catchphrases we use in our training. Nobody buys a solution without a problem. And that's very, very important in your communication. And there's a tendency, if you're not thinking about that outer circle and you're not thinking about your audience, there's a tendency to be so excited about the solution. We've just developed this new model for this and this and this. And you get so excited that you begin your whole talk by saying that we've got a new model, everybody. It's this, this, and this, this. And your audience is sitting there thinking, a new model for what? And why is this important? What's it related to? You have to do all that advanced work. You have to build everything up to getting everybody to understand, wow, we've got a problem here. Do you have a solution to it? And only then is the audience ready to now listen to what your solution is and be impressed with it and really connected like, oh, wow, that's really important. So that's why, once again, the problem is the starting point. It's unbelievably important. Nobody buys a solution without a problem. You've got to make sure you got the problem straight. And it's also crucial for organization. One of the mistakes people make is to go forward not even clear on what the problem is. And you can't organize anything until you're crystal clear on the problem. As a result, when we work with individuals and groups, we force them to figure out what this problem is in 5 words or less before they do anything else. And you can't go forward until you've got that thing straight. Once you do, it guides you on everything else that you need. So as a result, right now, we're going to take a moment, do the same thing, and ask you, what is your problem in 5 words or less? And so same deal, chat window is open now. If you can think about the work that you're doing, project you're working on, and just type in 5 words or less, no more than that. That's your limit. And Matthew will be watching them as they come in. And same deal, tell us the work that you're doing, the project you're working on. What is it at the core of the project? What is the problem that you're working on? Charles, can you give us an example of a project you're working on in 5 words or less? What's the core problem of the project?
Yeah, giving a talk about how to write a MICCAI paper. What is the essential part of writing a paper?
Hang on.
Essential.
5 words. And a good way to set this up is to say the problem is, and why don't you start with the word need?
The problem is how to reach peer reviewers.
Okay. How to
reach peer reviewers. Yeah, 5.
Okay. Great. Well done. Okay. The problem is how to reach peer reviewers. Okay, Matthew, take it away.
Got some coming in. The problem is need leaders and guiders. The problem is multimodality representation. The problem is models have pitfalls.
Oh,
that's a really good one. There's a lot of depth to that one. We can already tell. The problem is fairness in medical image classifiers. Ooh, interesting. The problem is GPU. The problem is how to understand topic feasibility. Oh, the problem is how to proof wills against tampering. Ooh.
Wow.
The problem is unifying distinct methodological approaches.
Okay, and notice something. Charles and I both just went, ooh, wow. In just 5 words. That's all it takes to
Yeah.
you do a really good job. You can boil your whole and I'm sure each of these topics people can give a 10 to 15 minute talk on. And yet, in just 5 words, you can get an ooh and an ah out of us. And that's the power of brevity, of concision, boiling the whole thing down to something really concise, and you can grab people in that instant and fire them up in their interests. Okay, cool. So let's move on because we got to keep going here.
Sure.
And the third element is why do we care about the work that you're doing? You know, what's the big deal? And this is really crucial. When we take a look at these at the ABT, it turns out now at the next level there's 2 levels to the ABT. So we've gotten to know pretty well now the 3 words and but therefore, and each term then breaks down into the secondary level of 2 components for each. And in each of these cases, each of the 3 terms, they have 2 sub elements. In each case, they go from the general to the specific. And this is how communication works most effectively. Is you begin with the big topic. I work on this field, and specifically what I work on is this. That's the best way to get people to follow along. Start them off broad, get them oriented, and now take them down to the specifics. And so we do that with the ABT, which is each of these things branches into 2 sub elements. We're only going to talk about the setup material here, the blue at the beginning, and the 2 sub elements following that same pattern. They start off general with the ordinary world, and then they go into specifics of what's at stake. And what we mean by that is what's at stake or why should we care? And that's the place where you really hook the listener, for starters, is to explain to them what's really interesting and important about what you're doing. And the best way to do that is by considering your subject and think about what we like to refer to as the dream of the work that you're doing. What is it all leading to? What's your dream scenario that you'd like to see the world look like? And in fact, these 3 elements of and, but, therefore, in the more emotional sense, we can use these 3 words to refer to them. The first part, that blue material, that's your dream you want to begin with. Here's the way I'd like to see the world to be. The nightmare is the word but, which is we're not there yet. So here's how I wish the world would be, but the truth is we are lacking something. And then the third part is what we want to know you're going to do about it. So therefore, we're going to take these actions. So the very first element then, the most powerful way to present it is we use the word dream, but really it means kind of like the ideal state, the expectation. Here's how we really like the world to be. And you see, you can take it all the way down to the most complicated of projects. You can talk about a model, and our dream is that this model works in every circumstance. So that's all we're doing analytically is we're talking about here's what we'd like to see working, and then we're going to move on to how it's not working. So everybody take a moment now. This is our third element, and give us a few thoughts on what is your dream. The work that you're doing, the project that you're doing, if everything worked out, what would the world look like? What is the dream scenario? Charles, can you give us from a project you're working on an example of what's the dream if everything were to
Yeah,
work?
that participation in MICCAI is truly worldwide.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Spreads across the whole world, which is why we're here.
And so
Wow.
you see, if you're putting together an ABT about MICCAI, you could say it's a program that does this and this. And if we could have it present worldwide, working everywhere, then here's all the great things that would be happening. That would be the dream. And so that's where you want to start things off. You don't want to get to the problem yet. That is really, really important because the problem is going to be your big gut punch. And you don't want to start with a gut punch. You want to start by setting up something that draws everybody in. Like, yes, I'd like to live in a world that looks just like that, where MICCAI is all around the world doing wonderful things. Then we're going to deliver the gut punch, which is, but we're not there yet. And then why? So everybody, same deal. Now, can you type into the chat window just a short little version of what is the dream scenario of the work that you do? Matthew.
We have the dream is a robust AI model. The dream is data archived appropriately. Ooh, I feel
Okay.
that
Yeah,
one.
let's take a moment on a couple of these. So data data need to be archived, and if we can get them archived appropriately, then it's going to make the world so much better because we'll be able to do all these sorts of things. So that's all the setup that you want to do before we even get to the word but. Give us another one.
The dream is understanding how addiction works so we can stop it.
Okay, so addiction is, widespread problem, and if we can manage to understand how it works, then we can really greatly reduce it. Yada yada yada, and then you hit the word but we're not there yet. Another one, Matthew.
This one feels like a personal one. The dream is paper accepted in MICCAI.
Okay, and that one we could add some personal details. My career is galloping along, and if I can get this paper accepted to MICCAI, then it will really catapult me into new and wonderful places. But right now, I'm a little nervous. So that would be your ABT structure on that one. Next one.
This one's really specific. The dream is to distinguish between age related cognitive decline and neurodegenerative cognitive decline.
Uh-huh. So you'd want to begin that one with a very simple statement about understanding cognitive decline is crucial. Um, and if we've got the ability to discern between these two different versions, then that will enable us in how we treat them to do this and this and this. So you're laying out all of these great things, and as you're going through those specifics, the audience is nodding their head, going, "Yes, that would be really, really wonderful." You're getting the audience excited about the work that you're doing, only to deliver the bad news, but we're not able to do that yet because of this and this. Another one.
Let's see. The dream is to revolutionize the oral AI. Ooh.
There you go. And so we'd want to begin by talking about oral AI. Oral AI has been worked on for a number of years and it's coming along slowly. And if we could revolutionize it, then we could really start to do wonderful things. But right now, that isn't happening because people are yada yada and onward. Next one. One more.
One more. The dream is low resource AI solution.
Um, okay. Um, and we kind of be nice to have another word of what topic and what subject that's referring to for the resources. And so let's, for example, take it a step further and say maybe in the case of combating disease, um,
Hmm.
in the case of disease in far-flung places, isolated regions, um, it'd be really nice um, if AI could help us come up with new approaches to that. And if we did, then all the great things that would happen as a result of that.
AI
But
works great
right
when you
now.
have big server farms at the tip of your fingertips.
Oh, is that one of them?
And if we could apply this same powerful AI at edge devices far away from internet, then we could address a lot of serious healthcare problems.
And you may be noticing here that the simplest way to hit that element there of the dream is with this piece of logic of if then. And if we can manage to do this, as he just said there, then here's all the great things that could happen. And so that's the way you want to structure your statement of the dream. Cool. Okay, so that's really good. We got everybody warmed up on what the ABT is now. Now we got about 15 minutes here, Matthew, for you to take over and run through a few real world ABTs that folks have sent in. And so I will hand it over to you.
Excellent. Now, I don't believe we have any of my volunteers here, but just in case, my three volunteers for the ABT builds were Abu Bakar, Mohammed Kahir Al Shabani, and Karam Jadoon. If any of you three are here, be sure to hit the raise hand button so that when it's your time is up, we can activate you and you can jump on here, read your ABT, and we can dive right in. Randy, could I have you stop sharing? Excellent. Let me go ahead and share my screen here. And just in case my three volunteers don't show up, Liz, guess what? You're going to be my volunteer to read some ABTs for me. Excellent. All right, so let's jump in here and make sure I can keep an eye on the chat and everything. Okay. So the ABT philosophy, we're going to look at 3 sample ABTs that we had a few volunteers send into us. And it's important to note that these volunteers were given very little coaching. We basically told them, give us a setup problem solution example of your work in ABT format. What we do is apply the simple process of simplicity plus repetition equals intuition by looking at ABT over ABT by repeating this process of breaking them down and rebuilding them together. It's through this repetitive process using this simple model that people start to gain an intuition for how narrative works. I kind of like deep in the bones feeling of, ooh, this is working, or ooh, this isn't working. So this process is really all about repetition. Now, the one major tool that I'm going to be using for each of these ABTs is the one that Randy already talked about a little bit, the DNA, the Dream Nightmare Action. We're going to make sure each one of these ABTs is following this Dream Nightmare Action, and if not, we're going to tweak it so that they do follow this Dream Nightmare Action kind of like mode. We also are going to make sure that for each of these ABTs, like I said, the basic pattern is setup, problem, solution. We're going to make sure all the setup material is here, all the problem material is here, and all the solution material is here to keep the ABT nice and focused. Because we found the more that these 3 elements blend together, the more the dividing lines are kind of crumble, the more unfocused and the more difficult to understand these ABTs are. When you have setup material that should be here, not appearing until here or here, that's a problem. When you have problem material that should be here, like getting kind of messy and appearing in the and or the therefore, that's also a problem. So it's really all about taking the information you already have and reorganizing it so that it's nice and clear and in its own place. And here's how that kind of looks. Like on the emotional level that Randy was talking about, we start out with basic setup material that's kind of like neutral in emotion. We're not really activating people toward the dream or the nightmare. Then we give them the dream material with what's at stake that Randy was talking about, making sure people really understand what it is you're trying to do. Then we go down to the nightmare with the but because, and we give people the solution with the therefore by, the action that they need to take. This is the kind of ideal that we want to see. And there's been a lot of social science out there that this is where buy-in happens. We want to make sure that we hit this point. So we're going to be focusing on this point more than anything else. This is what we want to see, but too often out there for first draft ABTs or ABTs out there in the wild, this is kind of what we get. Just a complete abandonment of the dream and the stake. So we're going to, as much as possible, try to rework these ABTs into something that looks more like this. So for the first dream or nightmare exercise, Mohammed Kahir Al-Shaibani, are you there? Going once, going twice, doesn't look like it. Liz, would you read me this ABT, please?
Sure. All right. Tuberculosis remains a major public health issue in low and middle income countries, and chest x rays are widely used for screening due to their affordability. But the lack of trained radiologists limits accurate diagnosis in these regions. Therefore, I aim to develop an explainable AI system for TB detection from chest x rays to support frontline healthcare workers with transparent, trustworthy decision making.
Okay, so first off, completely clear ABT. I understand everything. There's nothing really confusing about it. What we want to do, though, is we want to strengthen it to make sure the outer circle really understand what is at stake, what can be gained, what the world will look like in the dream scenario if all goes according to plan. That is so important for making that outer circle connection, whether it's for the general public or for a grant reviewer. Everyone kind of needs to know what the stakes are. But Liz, the first question I would ask you is, how does this ABT start? Does this ABT start dream or nightmare, would you say?
Right off the bat, I would say we are starting in a nightmare with that first
We
statement.
we start with about as big of a nightmare as you can get to when it comes to tuberculosis. So what we're going to try to do is reframe this so that instead of starting here, we're getting more down toward the specific subject matter that you are interested in. So tuberculosis, that's a pretty big topic. I want to know from this beginning part where in tuberculosis you fit in. Are you in tuberculosis diagnosis? Are you in treatment? Are you in prevention? Like, what is your specific domain? Just starting all the way zoom back here, in tuberculosis is a major public health issue, doesn't tell me a lot about where you're at. So we're going to zoom this in quite a bit. Now, mapping this out, once again, here's the ideal. Here's where we want to hit, starting nice and neutral, hitting that dream element. This is the ideal, but this is where this ABT kind of ended up. We started with a problem, then we got a little bit of setup context, we went back down to the problem, and then we got the action. We missed this entire buy-in moment that is so important for people who don't really understand your project. So to add that back in, the main question I want to ask is, what do you need to do? Like, I understand from this ABT that the big want is we want to solve the tuberculosis problem. We want to cure tuberculosis, prevent tuberculosis. We want to fight tuberculosis. What we need to do that, and Liz, let's make sure you agree with me. It feels like accurate diagnosis is where this ABT is like centered in on, right?
Think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if this is your main goal, we want to perform accurate diagnosis. That's going to be the thing that helps us fight tuberculosis. Look at where this main topic, this main huge plot element first appears in the red material. We want to take this and move it up toward the blue to help paint the dream with this. What does the world look like when we have that accurate diagnosis in these regions? How much better are things going to be? Let's paint that dream scenario. So to do that, here's kind of my take on it. I started with a very simple general statement. Accurate diagnosis is an essential first step in fighting tuberculosis. This is just pretty straightforward. The only function of this is to let people know the specifics of the topic that we're here to discuss. I'm here in the domain of tuberculosis, and specifically, we're talking about diagnosis. That is our topic. That's our subject matter. And in the case of low and middle income countries, if we could accurately screen TB with x-rays, then we could. And here is where I want Mohammed to paint me a picture. How much better would things be if we could bring accurate screening to these low and middle income countries? What would that do to healthcare in the region? What would that do for prevention in the region? Like, how would that improve people's lives? I would want that picture to be painted as thoroughly as possible. The rest of it I thought was pretty much on track, but that's not happening because, as Mohammed said, because of a lack of trained radiologists. Therefore, he's working to fix this by basically what he had before. So this seems to be about 80 to 90% of Liz's and mine jobs, making sure we get the dream clarified, because this is where grant reviewers go, oh, I see what they're working on. I understand. And if you wanted to, you could even make this more specific. If we could accurately screen TB with x-rays using the latest in AI to get even more specific to your domain, your field, what exactly it is you're trying to do, feel free to push it there. We often say that the pattern of ABT is general to specific. We start with like a really general statement of what we're doing, and then we get really specific really quickly, right down there into the weeds with the actual where we're focused at, the actual domain that we're focused in. Okay, I think we'll do one more of these, and then we'll leave a minute or two for Q&A, I think. So Liz, let's do another dream or nightmare. Have you read this one?
For sure. Okay. Breast cancer is one of the most common and deadly cancers among women worldwide, and the classification, segmentation, and report generation from mammograms with accuracy is very critical at early stage. And many advanced AI models exist that often trained on general data sets and lack adaptation to region-specific clinical traits. But implementing and fine-tuning of these models in resource-constrained healthcare environments is highly challenging due to limited annotated data, clinical validation gaps, and infrastructure limitations. Therefore, we aim to develop and evaluate a region-aware, multimodal AI framework using clinically approved annotated mammogram data that enable early and accurate breast cancer diagnoses optimized for resource-constrained healthcare settings.
All right. Once again, Liz, does this start dream or nightmare?
Nightmare.
Nightmare. Not only nightmare here in the blue material, but we even get a little bit of nightmare later on yes, these AI models exist, but they lack adaptation. They're not the best. So we've got problem material has broken free of the red section and has infected all of this blue section material. We're going to try to rework this so that all the problem material is contained in just one place, just the red. And we want to make sure we get that powerful buy-in moment in the blue where people understand, oh, I see what it is you're trying to do. I see the world you're trying to create. Once again, this is the ideal, starting out neutral, making sure we get that buy-in moment with the stakes. But here's kind of how this ABT maps out, just like the last one. Started dark, okay, got some setup, went back to dark, and then here's the action. Like I said, this is vital. This is where buy-in happens. There's been a lot of social science out there that it's where you really make your vision clear that people sit up and start paying attention. So that's what we're going to try to do, make that vision clear. What Karams, I think, needs to do here is mammograms with accuracy, like very specifically mammograms with accuracy using good AI models, if I was to like really drill down into the specifics. So that's what I would want to turn into an if then into the dreams. What would happen if we could get these mammograms with high accuracy using AI models? How much better would the world be? So my initial take on it was mammograms are a critical part of early stage breast cancer diagnosis. That's just stating a fact. We're not really talking about any nightmare stuff. We're just talking about, once again, breast cancer is a pretty huge domain. I want to know where exactly we fit in. And once we start talking about mammograms, I'm like, okay, now I see where we fit in into the overall breast cancer narrative. We've gotten a little bit more specific with a setup like this. And mammograms allow us to, here's where I want Karam to give us specifics. And if we can use AI models to increase the accuracy of interpreting results from mammograms. Now, I don't know if I have the wording here right. Here's where I'd want Karam's input for like, is this exactly what you're trying to do? Do I have this if right? Is this exactly the steps that you're taking? And then I want him to paint that picture. How much better is the world going to be? How far could we push this? How many people can we help? How many people are being, how many people are we missing the opportunity to help? And could we help if all of a sudden everything was going according to plan? This is the sort of picture I would want him to paint in the then statement. And the rest is pretty much how he already had it, with just a little bit of reorganization. But that has proved challenging because, as Karam said, of resource-constrained healthcare environments, limited annotated data, and therefore is basically what he already had. So this is the process, looking at these ABTs with a very objective narrative lens, using a very fixed set of tools that we've developed, that we've extracted from the worlds of like philosophy, screenwriting, classical narrative structure, all these different domains and disciplines, in order to apply them to your work. So if anyone has any last minute questions before we wrap this up, feel free to raise a hand or ask away.
I'll just thank the people that sent in their ABTs because it's super useful to see concrete examples. So
And by the way,
all.
that was a great exercise there. Thank you, everybody, for joining into the chat window with all of your suggestions. You can see that really made it lively.
Oh, if the problem is the hook, why does it matter where you put it? So why does it matter if you put that hook, that if-then statement at the beginning versus the end of an ABT? Let's think about what we are using these.
Oh, wait, hang on. So read that again. If the problem is the hook.
Yeah, if the problem is the hook, why does it matter where you put it? Why does it matter where you put the problem?
The problem is the hook in journalism. And that's a different model. And that's where you're just trying to grab people's attention to get eyeballs reading what you're doing. And in journalism, you do start with the problem, or, if you're writing an article about a car crash, 6 people died, you're going to tell that the very first thing, 6 people died, which is the most upsetting thing. But what we're working on here is narrative structure of trying to take people on a journey which gives you the ability to get them much deeper into the subject matter. And that's what you want. You want them to really understand the work that you're doing and get in there and support it. And you can't do that in an instant. It just doesn't happen. You can't just instantly get buy-in from people. And as a result, you've got to take them on a journey, give them a little bit of setup there. Think of it, one of the parallels of what you do with this structure, it's the exact same thing as telling a good joke. And if you tell a really good joke, people will remember that for the rest of their lives. But most really good jokes involve a setup. That's the challenge. And if you don't set up the joke properly, then you tell the punchline and nobody in the room laughs. Like, well, that wasn't very funny. And then you realize, oops, forgot to tell you something up front that was crucial. And this is the exact same thing, is that you're delivering your communication about the work that you do with that same structure, almost like you're telling a joke. You're setting everything up, and then right as you got it all set up, that's when you grab people with the problem. And that's what was being asked there. I think if the problem is the hook, you're saving the hook to not use it until you've got everything built and people really are in their deep understanding and they're excited about the dream that you're working on. And it's when they find out that the dream's not happening, that's when you hook them.
And what you're trying to do by giving the dream first is you want that problem to hurt even more when you finally drop the problem.
Yes.
If you set the dream up high, like, oh, this is the world as it could be, you've got the audience excited, you got them leaning in, and then you say, but we don't have that. There's all these obstacles standing in the way. Ooh, that is a gut punch. That is the moment that we're looking for. That moment when the brain wakes
Here's
up.
another way
Let's
to
solve
think
this.
about it. If I told you we just lost funding for our gadget project, you wouldn't feel anything. Like, well, what's the gadget project? Who cares? How much was your funding? All these sorts of things. In contrast, if we took a few minutes here to tell you about, we've got this thing called the Gadget Project, and it is saving lives all over the place. It's doing all these great things, building all the potential. And if we keep going with it, there's all the great things we can do. But we just lost all the funding. Now you've had an impact. You've pulled people in. They've felt something when we delivered that quote hook of what the problem is.
There's a further comment or question. I think
Is
the
there,
first might be appealing to the outer circle, while the one you rephrased might be more appealing to the inner circle. Is that the case?
the we just lost funding for the gadget project. That's all you need for your inner circle. You know, if they've been working on the gadget project, they're part of the inner circle for the last 10 years and their whole lives are tied up to it. That one thing, we just lost funding. That's all you got to tell them, and they're all going to be heartbroken. That's your inner circle. That's everybody that already knows the setup. They know the whole dream that you're all working on. Oh my God, we were going to do all these great things. They'll be impacted. That's all you need to communicate with them. That's why it's fun to go to the bar with the inner circle people. You don't have to spend a lot of time setting things up. But as we said, how big is that inner circle really? It's very, very small. Everybody else needs the ABT. And for them to understand why this was really painful losing funding, they've got to have some understanding of what was going on. That's the setup.
Yeah, so I think the setup is for the outer circle. And let's talk about peer
Yes.
review, because that's, of course, why ultimately why we're here. Those peer reviewers, they're coming in from somewhere. They don't know anything about the context. And so if you just give your problem right away, they don't know where that fits in. And so you have to lay the groundwork and say, here is the situation. And they got their bearings. Okay, we're talking about mammograms. Then you can give your problem, because then they have the context to understand why that's a problem. So this is why the setup is so important to lead with when you're dealing with that outer circle. And then the construction you provided in the first example doesn't read as well. Does it not matter how the sentences come together? And I'll answer yes, it matters a lot. And Matthew is winging it on the spot. So when a jazz musician just hits the phrase, there are going to be rough patches. So absolutely,
Yeah.
Q, you're right, that it has to get tailored carefully.
Mhm.
And we've worked with Randy's workshops before, and Matthew, and go at depth into these, and you really have to tailor it and frame it.
And to that very point, the standard training we do now is a 1 week workshop, and we go through 5 drafts in that 1 week. And we begin on Monday with the first draft, and by Friday we're to the fifth draft. And it's in those repeated drafts that the wording gets smoother and smoother, exactly what you bring up there. And if you read the ones on Monday, they're pretty bad. They're, all over the place. And what's really fun is on Friday, we get together and everybody reads their final draft, and then we read back to them what they had at the beginning of the week. And before and after 5 drafts is usually pretty stunning.
Yeah, so there's that famous phrase, there is no free lunch. Okay, this is a basic pattern that helps us to reach an audience, but absolutely it takes a lot of care to put together a good, smooth phrase. Okay, Randy, anything else?
I think
Before we
that's the
close?
basics right there. The only other thing remaining to become brilliant at the ABT is a whole lot of time and repetition and doing it over and over and over again. We have a formula that we use at the core of our training, which is S plus R equals I. What you're trying to build eventually is what we call narrative intuition, where you can just feel how this structure works. But to get there, you need a simple tool, which is the ABT, and then the I stands for or the R stands for repetition. And so you need to take the simple thing and work with it repetitively over and over and over again. And you saw at the beginning that series of 6 books called The Narrative Gym. That's our whole mindset, is that you have to think of this as being similar to physical fitness, where you just have to get into the gym and do these repetitions day in and day out. And it really, communication becomes a function of how much you do it. And repetition is central to getting really good with communication. Doing a little 2-hour workshop once a year really doesn't, it's no different than going to the gym once a year for 2 hours and lifting a bunch of weights thinking, I'm going to be buff. And it's not going to happen like that. It's the exact same thing. We came up with this analogy of physical fitness to narrative fitness about 10, 12 years ago, and now we use it day in and day out. It really is exactly the same thing. It's all in the repetition. We work with lots of groups that commit themselves to it, and we see over the course of 2 or 3 and 4 years, people in the group getting really good and getting a feel for this. And they get to the point where they can't sit through and presentations anymore. It's like, where's the structure? It just doesn't work. So that's the long-term part of it.
The advantage is that if we can get a slight grasp of this and start applying it, we already are far ahead of the kind of noise in the background in terms of reaching people. So it's an incredibly valuable tool to apply even at its most basic. The I is the intuition. So S plus R is that take this simple tool and repeat practice will give you the intuition for how it works. And then it becomes more natural to apply it.
And that's your only hope in the long term to communicate effectively, is to develop that intuition where you can just start to listen. And this happens with a lot of people we work with. I get text messages all the time from people who are sitting through a bad presentation and just saying, "Oh my goodness, this is another one of these and things." They're just throwing information at us. And then similarly, I get text messages from other people saying, "Wow, this is so good. They started with the ABT structure, and I know exactly where I am on this journey as they're leading us along in the work that they're doing, building towards something."
Okay. Well, Randy, Matthew, Elizabeth, thank you so much. So much for coming in and taking
Betcha.
time out from the World Bank to talk to us. We're going to take a break for the next 20 minutes, and we'll come back and we're going to apply this fundamental tool to the concrete case, the specific case of writing a MICCAI paper. And we're going to talk about what elements of a MICCAI paper help move it along and get it through the review process and to the conference itself. So we'll see you all in exactly 20 minutes. Thank you so much. And Matthew, if you can, am I allowed to share right now? Yeah. I'll put up the placeholder screen.
And I'll go ahead and stop the recording.
Okay, well, please. We can start recording, which we've done. Welcome back. The second half here. What does everyone see?
I see your Zoom screen. and the chat window. Now I see your slide deck kind of in preview mode. And now I see full screen.
And this window, this little bar is still visible, the Zoom bar.
Nope, Zoom bar is pretty good disappearing. Yep,
Wonderful.
I don't see it.
Okay. So everyone, welcome back. Thank you so much. And again, what we face here is that we have done solid research over the course of the year. MICCAI is coming up, and if we can present this research and frame it in a way that reaches people, then we can share it with the wider ML community. And that's our goal, to be part of this conversation, to move the science forward. And in addition, if we can get this paper accepted at the MICCAI conference, then there we are in Abu Dhabi. We have a chance to attend, share the information, share our work, and maybe make it easier to find funding. But as we noted before, there is so much noise. There are so many papers. There is so much going on. People's attention is so scattered and so scarce and precious that it's hard to cut through that noise. And so the goal of today is to talk about how we can cut through that noise and get our research, kind of do justice to our research as we present it to other people. And in the first half, we talked about this ABT, and that basic method fundamentally comes down to the question of how can I help people understand and care enough to put their attention into this task? And so this part of the talk is going to essentially be applying that basic principle from before. And this talk will be about MICCAI papers in particular, okay? The context of communicating in MICCAI. And now some logistics, I am not tracking the chat at all. So Matt, if you can track that, I'm going to depend on you to tell me anything I need to know or feed me information.
Sure thing. And,
Okay.
just note for everyone, right now the chat is off, but feel free to ask questions in the Q&A panel.
Yeah, and you're very welcome to ask those questions. If there are relatively few questions, then we can potentially handle them as we go, which is kind of the ideal. Otherwise, maybe I'll try to blast through and then we'll hit these questions at the end. But I certainly want time to address questions that may come up. Now, this talk is called Let the Reader Roll. And let's see if I can move it forward. It's not, here we go. And why is it called this? It's because fundamentally this talk is about one basic principle, which is that we, the authors, will do the work so the reader can just have a downhill ride. Okay, there's a famous philosopher who once wrote a letter to a friend and said, "I'm so sorry to have written a long letter. I didn't have time to write a short one." Okay, this is the idea that it's much harder to do the work up front to make our communication clear. And it's something that Randy said earlier. When you say, here's all our information, you just dump it, you're essentially putting the work on the reader. And someone has to do the work to make the connection between the person giving the information and the person receiving the information. And the premise here is that doing that work to make the information transfer successful is on us. It's on the authors. And our job is we have a responsibility to essentially serve the reader. It's our job to do all that work up front so the reader can just do a downhill slide. Okay, so the plan for today is we're going to talk about some general principles that apply everywhere. Now, you heard one earlier, the ABT. We'll talk about some of these that apply everywhere in the paper. And then we're going to walk through elements of a MICCAI paper. Now, this is not everything in a MICCAI paper. It's just certain crucial pieces that I've noticed through the years, sometimes run into problems. So we want to do these pieces right, but what we see over and over again is not as effective as it could be. And so we're going to talk about individual details of each of these. And the third part is handling questions. And that is, of course, contingent on me not chattering away too long. That is anybody's guess what will happen. So there's our basic outline. And we're going to start then with some general principles that are going to apply everywhere in the paper. And again, our fundamental goal is to present our work in the most compelling light. Now, everything in this talk, it seems like a laundry list of items, and it is, but everything is the same thing, the same message for every topic. So there's really only one topic, which is we do the work so that the reader can just get through the paper with as little unnecessary effort as possible. And in each case, we'll be talking about how it is that we can take on that workload instead of expecting the reader to take on that workload. Okay, now to start with these general principles, again, we're putting the reader's needs first. Okay, they have very scarce time and attention. And if you have any doubt about this, I'll give you a tip: peer review for a conference. Okay, I don't know how many of you have done this already, but if you haven't peer reviewed papers or for a conference, take the chance to do that, and you will immediately learn how scarce and how precious a reviewer's time is. So this is a basic fact of life that we have to work with. And we're going to work with that by doing the work up front. We're going to take it as our responsibility to serve the author in that way. Now, one way we do this is to what I call making a downhill ride for the reader. Now, if I can draw, I think, yes. The idea I want to make is that earlier we saw that there is a reader, and the reader is here, and they're in a wagon. Okay, and here they are steering their wagon. And our job, they're going to go through this journey. They're going to try to understand our work. And our job is to make that a clear downhill ride. Okay. And in particular, what this means is we have a clear story, right? And we are going to include everything we have to include for the reader to understand what's going on. We are going to omit, okay, we are going to remove everything that is not necessary. And we are going to use this ABT. Now, the reason we're going to use the ABT, as discussed earlier, is that we need to make the reader understand why we're doing what we're doing. And this is an incredibly effective tool. And we can use this at every level of our conversation. And we're going to include roadmaps and signposts. So all of this is to make an easy shot for the reader so that they use just as much attention and care as they need to, because it's a technical talk. It's a technical paper. It's going to have difficult patches. Okay. And we want to use their attention, which is scarce, where they really need it. There are going to be difficult parts of the paper, unquestionably, because it's technical work. We want to avoid unnecessary difficulty. What we want to avoid are cases where it's unnecessarily bumpy, or where the route actually goes uphill and they have to get off their wagon and push it up the hill. We want to avoid cases where there's too many weeds, okay, and they get stuck in the weeds and have to grunt and push to get through that. If it's not necessary, we don't want to include it. We want to handle it carefully. And we don't want a situation where they get to a certain point and they don't know which way it goes. Like, they don't know where they're supposed to go. Where is this paper heading? Why am I here? Where am I supposed to go next? So these are all things that we're going to work to avoid so that our reader has a straight, clean shot through our work, and they are able to absorb what we want to share with them. Now, a note about roadmaps and signposts, okay? The idea of always telling the reader where they are. Here we have a couple pictures of Google Map Morocco in the Medina, which you may remember from last year if you were there. Pretend you're going from Riyadh Roca to this. This is one of the mosques in the Medina. Now, if we don't give roadmaps to our person, to our reader, we're saying go from here, the Riyadh, up to here. What is the chance that they're going to get through successfully? On the right, here we have a route. And this is what I mean by making sure we include roadmaps and signposts. It's very important because this is complex work and a lot of nuance that we show the reader where they are at any given point. Okay, and we want to omit everything that's not necessary, mark the route, use the ABT, and we always, this is crucial, at every point in our conversation, we have to tell the reader, answer the question for the reader, why should I care? Why should I read this next section? Why should I be paying attention through the methods? Okay. And the reason that we covered the ABT and the reason this is so important is because this is a very powerful tool for explaining to people why they should care, both in the larger sense. Here is the medical topic that I'm addressing. Here is the problem. There's my solution, how we're addressing that. That's on a global sense. But on a local sense, when we're describing our work, every decision that we've made and that we're describing is a response to a problem. Even when the data is set up correctly, the models do not converge. Therefore, we're applying a special learning rate schedule that ensures convergence. So when we talk about the learning rate schedule, we are telling the reader, this is why this matters. This paragraph about learning rate schedules, on the face of it, there's no reason to pay attention, but you can use an ABT on a local scale, very one-sentence ABT, to frame why that matters. And we always need to be working with our reader to say, why should I care? So we have our nice downhill path on the right, but we still have to keep the reader on that. Okay, so now we're going to go through part 2, some elements of the paper. And again, this is not a complete list of the paper, but it is different pieces that are important, and there are certain ways that I will argue they can be done most effectively. And again, I'll remind you that although this is a laundry list of 8 items, it's all the same message. It's all about the reader in their wagon going through our paper with as little obstacle as possible. We will do the work up front so that the reader can roll through our paper with as little unnecessary friction as possible. So to walk through these items piece by piece. The abstract. Okay, the abstract at the beginning. The fundamental role for this is to tell the reader whether or not they should read this paper. And note that that is slightly different from saying convince the reader to read the paper, because that's not necessarily our job. Our job is to simply provide the information so that they know whether this paper is relevant to them. But we can do that in a way that helps ourselves as well, because we can present the reasons to read the paper effectively so they are more likely to understand why this would matter to them. And this brings up a point that when I say we will do the work so the reader can roll, it's our responsibility to serve the reader. That sounds very selfless. We're honoring others, which is true, but it also provides benefits to ourselves. If we can do the work up front to serve the reader so that they can move through our paper without effort or with minimal effort, it's more likely that they will understand our work and appreciate it. And so, for example, it's more likely that our paper will get accepted at MICCAI. It's more likely that people will extend our methods. So we are benefiting everybody by being willing to serve the reader by doing all our work up front. Now, the question, do I want to read this paper? And I would argue that the best way to answer that question for the reader is precisely an ABT. We say, what is the, we're going to do a setup, just like Randy said. We have to provide the context, okay? So the reader knows, okay, generally, where am I? Now, what is this specific context? And they have to agree with it. We have to set this up not by sparking controversy, but just get on the same page with the reader. So the blue content, the setup, the context, is a place of agreement that we have a topic, we have specific technical topic, and we have a goal. Okay, I should have written that in here, goal. When we have the agreement of the reader, here's what we're talking about, here's what the goal is, then we give the gap. Here's the problem. Here's what's missing, or here is the new direction, a direction that has not yet been explored. And if we can say there's a gap, given the context, they will then be engaged and understand, okay, here's something that needs to be addressed. And then we talk about how our paper is addressing that gap. And we can talk about the methods we use, briefly the results we get, and why it is useful. So the essence of the abstract is framing an ABT. Here's the context. Here's the problem. Here's how this paper addresses it. Given that information, the reader can hopefully understand, okay, do I care? Is this a context I care about? Is this a gap that I care about? Does this look like a viable solution? So let me do a little drawing here. Here is an example of an abstract written actually by me. So I should have written down here Delahunt 2024. And it starts off in ABT format. We start off with a fairly brief context. Automated malaria diagnosis is a high-value target, okay, for machine learning. And we could save many thousands of lives if we did it right. So that is a very brief context. Now, if Matthew were critiquing this, I don't think I gave him a chance when I wrote this. He might say, spread this out a little more and make it more clear. But let's go with whatever the Yahoo author wrote. Next, we have the technical gap. Now, in the ABT, the word is but, right? But remember, there are other ways to say this, and however is a more polite and more amenable in scientific communities method. So this is equivalent. And here we have, however, the current methods largely neglect crucial use case constraints, and they're not clinically useful. Okay, and then there are two reasons that this happens. There are two things that are not being addressed. 1 and 2, neglect of these factors has hampered ML work because they do not align with clinical needs. There is our problem. Okay, so now the reader knows we wanted to save lives, but we have these problems with our ML models. And then we talk about, in this paper, we address these two issues. So this is how this paper is going to address this gap. And I even threw in there the intended audience, our ML researchers, just in case the reader has any doubt as to whether or not they should read the paper. They know whether they're the intended audience. And we say, first, we'll describe this. And second, we will describe performance metrics and so on. So this abstract is based on this ABT structure. And the idea is give them a context, say what the problem is, say how you're addressing it. Okay. So that was the abstract, and that's the core job of the abstract. And the ABT structure satisfies that core job very effectively. Now, in the introduction, as a larger section, the reader has a similar goal. They want to understand, what is the context of this work? What is the background? What is the gap that they are addressing? And what is the contribution? It's the same thing as in the abstract, right? It's an ABT structure. Now you can reuse a lot of the information. You have to use it in slightly different language. But this is the overall shape of the introduction. And that's the purpose of the introduction. What is the context? What is the gap? And you want to frame that in a way where the audience will care about that gap. And then what is our contribution? Now I would like to talk about 3 pieces of this. And first is the prior literature. In every introduction, there will be a discussion of the existing literature. And the reason we're doing this is to provide the context for our work and to show how we extend this. Okay, and in particular, we are connecting our work to the larger work of science. And it's very important to make that connection. And so to give an example here, this is actually a wonderful paper by Haim et al. And what they were doing was they found ways to basically reconstruct the training images from a model and actually say, okay, this is the almost exact image that went into the training, which you can imagine from a patient privacy point of view is incredibly important. We're going to talk about just how they are citing the literature. Now, beforehand, they talked about a bunch of broader literature, but now they focus on implicit bias. Okay. Now, they mention implicit bias as gradient-based methods. And they note here, our approach is based on a characterization of the implicit bias due to here and here. Okay, so what they're saying really clearly is that there was existing literature and they are a direct offshoot of that literature. They are working with the existing literature. So this is one really valuable thing they do here. They're not a separate thing out of left field. They are part of the larger scientific conversation. Here, they list a bunch of other references for this area. And then another really valuable thing they do down here is they recommend a survey or review. Okay, so this group, now I would argue that they should have put these citations earlier and afterwards said, then our approach is based on this characterization here. But in any case, this is a wonderful example of citing the literature in a meaningful way. And a couple things they've done that I want to emphasize is when it's done right and you're really connecting to prior work, then it gives the context. It also gives credibility because you show that you know what has been done so far. You're not simply repeating work someone else has done, that you know what has been done and you know where the gaps are. And so this gives, that credibility is really important. I'll give you an example of something that I see sometimes in papers that is incredibly frustrating, is the prior literature references 1, 2, and 3 did similar work, but it has limitations. And that's the end of it. Now, if there are limitations, it's a gap, and that is a gap you're trying to fill. You need to say what that is. And to simply say there are limitations and to keep moving shows that actually you're not connected to the literature at all. You haven't done the review. You're not understanding what the existing context is. So we want to be sure that we are connecting to the existing literature. Now, there are some patterns of extensions, like because we're showing how we're going to extend the context. And we can be improving on a known method. Okay, simply our accuracy is better on these data sets because we added an extra attention head in our model. we can be extending the method in a new and useful direction. And maybe these are next to related, but this one, the Haim article, for example, said they'd done this theoretical research and we're now using it to reconstruct the training data. The third one, this is really specific to medical or MICCAI. There can be an existing method that has never been applied to a certain medical task. By this domain of task, I mean a medical task. And we can say this work has been done for, let's say, for cancers with X-rays. It has not been applied to ultrasound diagnosis. And so our extension is to apply it to a new task, a new modality, a new domain. So these are very common ways to extend work, and they're all completely valid. Now, another point I'll make is when we cite papers, cite good papers. It can be frustrating if you're familiar with literature and you're reviewing a paper to see that those papers that are important are not cited, and other what appear to be random papers are being cited, because it's frustrating to feel that the literature is not being properly represented. So one thing you can use here is, okay, this is our job. We do the work so the reader can roll. It's our job, hopefully early in our research process, to find the right literature and to read it. And that's on us. Okay, so this step here, citing good papers, is on us. We do the work so the reader can just get the good material, the relevant material, not the citations that are unhelpful. And on paywall.org, I don't know what access people have to libraries, and some stuff is behind a paywall. This is a plugin to a web browser. And what it means is when you bring up a paper, if that paper is behind a paywall, this plugin will search the web for legal open access versions. For example, I have papers on a website. There's a version on arXiv. A paper was published behind a paywall in a journal, but there's a version posted on arXiv. Unpaywall will show it. And so using this plugin allows you to have a much broader reach in terms of finding references, and gives you access to some that would otherwise be behind a paywall. Another point I'll make, like Haim did, is if you can provide a good review, that's a great reference to include, because somebody not fully familiar with the field can go to that review. So this is a very valuable gift to give to your audience. And finally, I'll include mention your favorite papers. If there are good papers in your field that you think are well done, I mean, cite them. I always cite those papers because I think everyone should read them. Okay.
Charles, you had a few
Yes.
questions coming about this section. Do you want to tackle them now or wait till the end?
Yeah, let's hit them right now. Go ahead and we'll see.
Sure. The first one is, shouldn't there be a specific prior work category that's not in the introduction?
I always think of prior work as the introduction, because that is part of the context. So if we think of the basic structure, abstract, which covered introduction, methods, results, discussion, then the role of the introduction is to clarify what is the context this work was done in, what work has already been done, and how are we extending. So I would say the prior work belongs in the introduction as a subcategory. But you're correct that you would have section introduction, and a subsection in that introduction would be prior work.
Makes sense. And the last question, when finding papers for citations, how to tackle selection bias in that?
Selection bias. For example, I always cite my own papers because I feel they are so well written and so relevant to the work that I'm doing. But this is a really good question. And one, I have not explored this carefully, but I did speak with someone who said when they're doing a literature search, they will get 3 or 4 LLMs searching Okay, and there are different LLMs. You can go in, what are good references for so-and-so? And each LLM will come up with different subsets of the literature. And then when you combine those, you can find, you have to look at them, of course, and read them, or at least read the abstract. And then you can find the ones that matter. So you can we can use LLMs to address this question of selection bias because each LLM has its own bias. So it's like appointing a committee to do your literature search.
Oh, we must have lit a fire. Two more questions came in. Now or
Okay.
later, Charles?
Let's do them now, and then we'll see. Yeah.
All right, sounds good. Assuming we have a bunch of papers talking about the same thing, should we reference all of them, some of them, or just the best one? If there are no meaningful contributions in all of them.
Yes, and I would say this is an example of reducing the reader's burden. I would recommend selecting just one or two of them. But it's a trade-off. Okay, there's no good answer here because this credibility question, if you have read these papers and they all bear on the topic, then covering them all adds to your credibility, frankly, right? And a compromise there can be to say there's four papers, and one of them really is the kind of the best in your opinion. You can say this is covered by, cite that paper. Other papers include da da da. So there's a way when you cite stuff to rank them with your language to show the reader which are the top priority papers to read. Okay, and this is a good point because this is a case of where we have to do that work to make it easy for the reader. They see there are four papers, but they see this one is the one to hit first.
All right.
Yeah, those are actually great questions. Go ahead.
And two more questions that are somewhat related. First is, does self-citation hurt our research profile? And the second is, some people believe that citing your own papers way too frequently is self-plagiarism. Is this true?
So self-citation, the reality is you have to cite work that is relevant to your context, right? We have to describe the context. Very often, one of the people doing work exactly in our field and work that exactly is prior to our work is ourselves. So the reality is our work is very likely to be part of this research context. And so it's important to cite it. Whether it helps or hurts, I do not have an answer to that. And I'm sorry, the second question.
Oh, let me pull it back up here. Some people believe that citing your own papers way too frequently is self-plagiarism. Is that true?
I would say not. And the reason is because when we write a MICCAI paper, we've got 8 pages. We have 12 months of research. We have several years of research, and we have to include something in 8 pages. And the content is far greater. The meaningful content is far greater than we have room for. And so a person's work through their career isn't a single paper. It is a conversation through multiple papers. And I think referring to that longer term conversation is entirely legitimate. And it's almost necessary because we can't put everything in that one 8-pager. And it's all tied together. It's all related. So yeah, don't cite an irrelevant paper from yourself, of course, but it is legitimate to cite your own work when it is part of this research context. Okay. And very often it will be because you're extending work that you did last year.
One more question if we have time. Do you have any suggestions on why authors struggle to write the related work or literature survey section while confidently writing the methodology? I mean, where could we be lacking?
I think this comes down to having a familiarity with the literature before we start our research program. If it's the case that we did this research kind of in a vacuum, and now we need to find references to fill out this section so that we look credible, that's a problem because we have not internalized that content. So the important thing to do is to upfront understand this literature as we are doing our research program and prior to doing it. At that point, you will have multiple papers that you're working from and working with, and that section will just fall out of its own accord. So when we are doing the research program correctly and looking at the literature before and during our work, then this works out well. It's very straightforward to write this section. I'll also emphasize you don't have to cite the universe. If you're like that Haim people, there were 2 particular papers that they were working from. Those are the ones they were extending. And they've read a bunch of other stuff and they mention it, and that's good. But really, you don't need to say, I have been extending the work of 25 different authors. You can say, I'm extending this one paper. Okay? Those were all super questions, and this is a super important section, so I appreciate it. Now, another part of the introduction I'll mention is the medical tie-in. This is MICCAI. Okay, so we are talking about medical stuff. This is a pet, what's the word, a pet peeve of mine, because it's surprising how often in machine learning papers for healthcare, there is relatively little mention of the medical use case and why what we are doing matters to this use case. Okay, so I would argue that the introduction should always include an answer to this question: why does a clinician care about our work? It's easy for us to try to make a machine learning person care because we're talking about machine learning, but why would a clinician care? If we cannot answer this question, maybe we shouldn't be applying machine learning to the problem we're applying it to and claiming it's a healthcare solution. So in this case, we need to understand the medical use case and show how the paper addresses that use case or fits into that use case in a more specific way than saying people get headaches and EKGs are to do with the brain, therefore I'm going to apply deep nets to EKGs. Okay, or not EKGs, but the EEGs, sorry. More specific than that. And this is crucial. This involves including non-ML references. The medical world exists. It has existed for hundreds of years, long before AI came along. And that means there is a large literature that describes the medical problem. And if we're not citing that literature, if we're not reading that literature and citing it, we don't know what the medical problem is. And so this is something that should be showing up in our bibliographies and in our introductions. Here's the medical use case. Here are references that can help the reader understand the medical problem. And here I just mentioned Sambasivan has wonderful talks and papers about the problems with model centrism, that we love building these complicated models, we report the models, but that's not the core problem when it comes to applying AI in the real world. And so then she talks about how can we focus more attention on the problem of connecting with the real world. Now, I want to give an example here of citing non-ML references, and these are both taken from MICCAI. Okay, and these were for challenges. And on the left, we have the bibliography for a challenge. And there were 6 references to kind of give readers background or participants background in the topic. The first one is a purely medical paper, and the rest are machine learning. What that means is that for this challenge, the authors, the challenge organizers, their perception of this problem was fundamentally a machine learning problem. They weren't thinking in terms of the actual medical problem. The weight is on the machine learning. On the right, I only showed half the references. There are actually 20 references in their pre-reads, but the first 10 are purely medical. And then the next 10 are applying machine learning. Okay, I guess even this one is potentially not machine learning. What that means is, but they're technical. but the first 10 are purely medical, which means if you go through the pre-reads for this challenge, by the time you've gotten through this, you will understand what is the medical problem. And once you understand the medical problem, you can see how machine learning fits into that problem. So I would argue that this is an underused and crucial part of MICCAI paper. And what is the medical context? Why would a clinician care? And if you can't answer that, then I would argue that our paper is not appropriate. It's not machine learning for healthcare if a clinician wouldn't care. Okay, next we have a contributions list. This is a third part of the introduction. And for me, this is what ends the introduction. And this is important because, again, it's making the reader care and helping them to understand why should they read any further. And here I want to get a note. This is from Maria Diaz de Leon Darby. Sorry about that line there. And I want to point out that what we do in the contributions is we list why. It's essentially answering, why should I care, for the reader? And for ourselves, as part of the writing, it helps us say, what is our story? What is our single thing we're trying to show? And why does it matter? If we cannot explain in clear language what our contributions are, what this paper is giving to the scientific community, then we're not clear on its value ourselves. And so coming up with this contributions list helps us clarify what is it that we're offering in this. And that helps us concentrate our paper on it. So this is another example of, we're writing this, we do the work so the reader can roll. We are articulating these contributions to make it clear for the reader what the value is of the paper. But we also help ourselves because it helps us clarify and articulate what we're doing. And now this is neat because there are three, actually she's buried in this case, the use of dark field imaging. So this is hardware. This is medical, purely medical use case, meeting WHO requirements. This is ML, and this is data. So what she's saying is, this is what our paper offers. And if you care about any of these things, this paper is potentially of interest to you. So this is a very important piece to add in your paper. And again, it's saying to the reader, why should I care? Okay, now we're going to go.
Time for another question?
Oh, wowie zowie. You know, we have 16 minutes left. I'm going to try to blast through what I have.
Very good.
And then try to cover questions. And the reality is we have a half-hour break after this, and I'm happy to stay longer and handle questions. So let's kind of use that way to handle those.
Great.
Okay, figures. Now, the reason the zebra is here is because trivia, lions cannot see the stripes on a zebra. When a lion looks at this, all they see is a gray mass of breakfast moving across the savannah. But they don't see these stripes. We can see these stripes because we have a huge amount of optical and neural capacity to handle visual stimulus. We are visual creatures. And what that means is figures are incredibly important. They really are worth more than 1,000 words. Okay, if you show a good diagram of your architecture, that is an incredibly powerful way to meet the reader, to serve the reader, to help them understand your work. And the key point here is we have to invest a lot of effort in our figures to make them really communicate with the reader. We need to do that work up front so the reader can roll through and absorb information from our figures. Now, a couple things this means is we cannot just copy printouts from our code, right? We're constantly making figures to just tell us what's going on with our code. And it's tempting sometimes to pull that out and stick it into our paper. That's not good enough because it's not doing upfront work to make it as easy as possible for the reader to absorb the content. Now, one example of this is use big, bold font. Okay, if the reader is looking at the axes of a plot and they need to know what those numbers are, we need to make those bold font and legible on a page on a screen, given the size of the figure as they see it. And we need to examine, when we build our figure, look at it at the size it will be seen by the reader and say, okay, can they read this given the context they're looking at it, either on a piece of paper or on their screens. Now over here, I give a little bit of, this is Python, just a quick way to get bold font into your figures. Import this RC and just set the font weight to bold, then all your axes numbers will be bold. So this is something I do always right up front when I'm writing code. I always add this font weight bold, and that means that all the figures that come out, even if you're sharing around the lab, are much easier for people to see. Removing visual noise, and I'll give an example of this later. We want a high information image, and that means we can include a lot of information because the reader has time to sift through it, but we have to remove everything that's noise. We have to give a downhill ride through that image. Okay, it can be high information, they can work some, but we don't want to work unnecessarily. Another point is we want captions that will fully orient the reader to the pictures, because the reality is when someone looks at our paper, they'll read the abstract, then they'll flip through and look at the pictures. That's often how we operate. And those pictures ideally will tell the story. There'll be a picture of the data. Here is example data. This is what we're dealing with. Here is the architecture. Here's a schematic of our architecture. Here are some results. Okay, that tells our story. And for the reader to get that rough story from the pictures, they need captions. It's not enough to say schematic, right? You'll need to include whatever information in that caption the reader will need to interpret the picture. So they're almost standalone. Now I'll propose a 3-step process here for setting up your pictures. And the first is you map out all the figures so that they tell a story, not the exact content, but roughly what you're going to have. Okay, that's the global action. Map out what figures do I want to include that tell my story. Then for each figure, we're going to carefully design the content. What do I want to include? What do I need to exclude? Okay. And then the third step, so now I know what's in the picture, what's going to be there. The third step is to edit. We have printouts from our code in Python, okay? Then edit these. And we can I use GIMP a lot. Photoshop is something, even Microsoft Paint can help you make larger font labels. Now, obviously, we are not allowed to change the content, okay? We're to change the data, but we can certainly, it's our responsibility to edit the figure so that the reader has as easy a time as possible rolling through it. And I'll give an example of this. This was for a talk I gave. Now, this is a figure from a paper, and it's fine, right? It's a very information-dense figure. But I had a purpose for this in a talk, and I had a much more limited goal. And basically, I wanted to show that green is good and red is bad. And on the left were the test cases, on the right, the control cases, and the test cases worked. So I went in with GIMP, which is like Photoshop, and I took this exact figure and I painstakingly modified it. Okay. So this is the same plot with all the unnecessary information removed. And the idea is to make it easy for the reader to simply pull out test, control, green is good, red is bad. And this is our responsibility to our reader, to make it easy for them to extract the information they need. Again, it's task shifting. It's not the reader's job to plow through difficult to read material. It's our job to do all that work up front. And I'll note here, I did not make these bold font because this was not important to the purpose. The purpose was just to show whether the situation had improved or gotten worse, green or red. Okay, next we're going to cover comparisons table. This is kind of a curse for me, but it's something that we have inherited from the world of machine learning. You have to do what a professor of mine called a bake-off. A bake-off in this country is where everyone bakes a cake and you compare the cakes, right? But here they are. We have to have this comparison to have our paper accepted because it's part of the conventions of machine learning. I'm sorry, I can make this, it is large. Okay, now, given that we're going to do this, how can we make this as expressive and useful as possible? First of all, we're going to choose relevant metrics. Okay, and usually these are machine learning metrics. Sometimes these are metrics since you're comparing to others that other people have used, and that's kind of a vicious cycle because if the metrics people have used in the past are not relevant, you're kind of stuck with them. And so the question is, how can you expand to use relevant ones? I'm going to refer to this paper led by Meyer Hein. Lena, she spoke earlier, a couple days ago, I believe, or yesterday. Amazing, amazing work that will help you choose. It's really readable. For one thing, each page is like a little puzzle, but a fun puzzle. So wonderful to read, but it also helps you choose metrics that will be relevant to your use case. Secondly, choose only the significant digits. If your code's going to spew out 39.67931245, don't include that. Include only the significant digits so it's easy for the reader to pick up what matters. And thirdly, crucially, include confidence intervals or standard deviations. That's because if one method gets 83% accuracy and one method gets 85% accuracy, if the standard deviation is 1%, that's an improvement. If the standard deviation is 5%, that's noise. And it's really important. It's our responsibility to the reader to be honest with them and make clear how our method compares with prior methods. And that depends on these confidence intervals. Now, it can be that your method or my method does not actually provide a useful increase in accuracy. And if that's the case, then there should be some other metric, some other benefit that is measurable that can be included in the table. It may be trainable with less data. And so there's a column of amount of data required or noisier data. It could be that there's lower compute required. And so there's a column with less compute. It could be that the cost is lower in dollars and cents, right? We can run this on a 20-cent chip instead of a $20 computer. So it's important to articulate this. It's okay if accuracy is within the range of noise as long as there were other benefits. Okay. Now I just include this example here because it's a great example of doing it right. They've included the right significant digits. They include the standard deviations, and it's a very honest way to do it. So for example, they say here where ours is 84%, this is 81%, but it's within the noise range, but it's half a standard deviation higher. So this allows the reader to assess we give the honest information to allow the reader to assess the actual value of the work we've done. Okay. And comparisons, I would argue that since we are dealing with medical use cases, we should choose clinically relevant metrics. Okay, what matters to a doctor? What matters to actually helping sick people as opposed to pleasing our machine learning colleagues? So this is an example from a paper Mahanian wrote, and this is our team. And we chose entirely new metrics because the metrics previously reported in the literature made no sense. But there's risk to doing this because reviewers will want to see what they're used to. And this was kicked out of the main conference and went into a workshop. So there's a trade-off there. But I'd argue it's our responsibility to find clinically relevant metrics. Okay, the appendix. Sorry, moving fast now. The appendix is one of my favorite places. Okay, this is a really important function. And that's because there's a lot of technical detail. It's important technical detail, but you can't put it in the main paper because there's no room. And because it slows down the flow, it's too much weeds. And so the downhill ride gets bogged down in detail that is not immediately useful. It's important to have access to if the reader's interested, but it will bog down the story. So we can't put it in the main body. And that's the role of the appendix. Okay, we need these technical details. We put them in the appendix because there's room for everything there. And so this over here on the right is an example of an appendix. This is a paper I wrote last year. This is deriving the particular equation. The equation 10 in the main text is the last line of this section of the appendix. Okay, I just said in the main body, here's the equation. You start with this equation, you get this equation, the derivation is in the appendix. If anyone cares, they can find it. So this appendix, an incredibly important resource for allowing clean narrative flow in the main body, but including that technical detail that really does matter for both completeness and to show that we actually did our work, right? There's a problem. I believe MICCAI did not allow appendices, supplementary information this time, and I don't know how to deal with that. But this is a really, really valuable concept because it allows you to strip stuff out of the main text and leave a really clear story for the reader. Okay, another version of appendix is a GitHub repo. This is a very valuable resource. You put in your paper, code available at such and so. Now, this has advantages. It's easier for people to use your work. It adds credibility. If you're reviewing a paper and they include the code, they say the code's available, that's an instant win. That adds credibility. But there's a catch, okay, is that we have to clean our code. And you don't need to like have perfect Microsoft code. You just need to have functions, comments, and doc strings so that a reader can use it. Again, we do the work so that the reader can roll through our code. And again, it doesn't just benefit the readers, it benefits ourselves. And the way it benefits ourselves, obviously the reader can actually use the code if they want to, but it benefits us because when you have a public GitHub repo, employers will look at it. If you apply for a job and I'm interviewing you, I will look at your repo. And I'm not looking for exact detail. I'm just looking, is this fairly grown-up code? Does it have doc strings, right? Does it have comments? Is it somewhat modularized? Okay, so it's a reflection of us, our GitHub. And so it's important that we clean it up. Secondly, your main collaborator is yourself 6 months ago, and they don't answer emails. Okay. I look at my work 6 months ago. If I haven't added these comments, I will have no idea what I was thinking. And so it benefits us to have this clean code in our repo. Finally, in the 1 minute left, we have logistics of writing. First of all, I'll point out that workshops are a great target. There's the main MICCAI conference. There are workshops. I like applying to workshops because I find, first of all, it's easier to get accepted. That's a handy thing. Secondly, you get a much more focused audience. If you're writing a paper about ultrasound, submit it to the ultrasound workshop and everyone in that room will be on the same page with ultrasound right away. And so that's a huge advantage in terms of having an audience that cares more about your work and it's more applicable. Another trick I've done in the past when I'm organized time-wise is I apply to the main conference, get rejected, but use the reviews to improve my work, because reviews are an insight into who is your audience and what do they care about. You need your audience to care about your work, and you have to tailor it to that. The reviews tell you what your audience cares about. So reviews are an incredibly valuable resource, okay? And they are helping us. Even if they're unpleasant to read at times, they are telling us who is our audience and why would they care. Now, also note that to start an outline, it's very important to not just start writing. You have to do the outline and the structure. So you put in the section headers with brief notes, what's in each section, put in your figures just with sketched placeholders. Roughly, I want to be a schematic. just to put it there. Write your ABT for the abstract and write your contribution list. And as you do these figures, as you do these steps, especially the abstract and the contribution list, it will clarify what is the one story I'm trying to tell here. And that also helps you know what you can throw out and what you can keep. So this, I would argue, is the way to start your work. And it helps you then clarify in your own head, what is the one story here? And why does anyone care? Why am I writing this? Why is it worth writing? Now, the next thing that happens, sorry, I'm over time, but I'm almost done here. If you're like me, you write your draft and then you end up with this, right? You have an 8-page paper, but actually it's 9.5 or 10 pages. And so the question is, how do you shrink it down? And these are just some ideas. One thing is in LaTeX, figure size and placement. So here is placement down here at the bottom. You can see on the bottom left, this is the LaTeX. These characters tell you where your figure's placed. And this width is a magic number, because normally the width is 100% of line width, but if you put a 0.95 in, your figure will shrink a little bit. If you put 0.9, it'll shrink a little bit more, and you can gain space by shrinking figures. You can't shrink them too far. You have to keep watching. Is it still legible? But you can gain a lot of space by messing with this figure size. You can also alter how you format it with subsections. If I have a enumerated list, can I remove that list and just make a kind of hard-coded list that takes a little less space? And the other thing we can do, what I call LaTeX line hunting, is eliminating individual lines. And so, for example, if you have a paragraph that's 4 lines long and the last line has just 3 words, you can shorten that and get rid of that line and save a line. And so you can always shorten text in a paragraph. And so I will go through, I will put in line numbers to track my impact, okay? And then I will start cutting out individual lines here and there and changing figure size and placement. This is a nonlinear effect, so you can make small changes and the overall length won't change. And then you make one particular change and it'll shorten a lot just because of how LaTeX does the formatting. But line numbers, this is the code for line numbers. Very useful for tracking how your cutting is going. And an important idea here, if you have to cut a lot, like if you have 9.5 pages, like we just did, and you need 8 pages, don't try to cut everything down a little. Figure out what big pieces you can cut out entirely, because it's crucial that the content you include has sufficient detail. Okay, so this is a case of where you look and say, I have one story. What pieces am I going to throw out to save that one story and provide adequate detail? And maybe this topic, this paragraph is, it's a side issue that I can remove entirely, and you can save the entire paragraph of length. So the 8-page limit is actually a gift to us because it helps us clarify our thinking. Okay. And in emergency, if you want, remember that you submit an anonymized version, and the anonymized version has just 2 lines, anonymous author, anonymous institution, which is shorter than having all the authors and all the institutions listed. And you'll have to make up that space later before camera ready version. But at the very least, if you're desperate, 10 minutes before deadline, the anonymous version might be just 8 pages long. So remember the key point one more time. We are going to do the work up front so the reader can have a downhill roll through our work. This is a duty we owe to our readers, but it's also something that benefits us because it allows us to share our work effectively. Okay, and thank you so much. I have an email address here. You're welcome to email me. And I'm happy to, now we're 5 minutes over. We have a half-hour break. I'm happy to take questions for those of you who are still sitting around and want to ask questions. So Matt, can I ask if there's any questions in the chat?
We have a
Okay.
few in the Q&A here. This one's from earlier, so I don't fully remember the context. We'll see if we can
Okay.
figure this out together. It's from Petros. I think this problem is fixable by having a multidisciplinary team. Although from my experience, when too many people from too many specializations are putting their 2 cents in, the entire pipeline of idea to work to write-up to publication gets really, really slow. Mostly because everyone wants to address things from their sector. I personally believe this, but is there any merit to it?
Pedro, you are absolutely right. And the context, if I'm getting the context right, is what is the medical tie-in? And your medical tie-in will make a lot more sense if you have clinicians on your team, if you have hardware on your team and so forth. So let's take the simple case of machine learning team and a clinical team. That is the ideal combination to do research in AI for healthcare, obviously. It comes with difficulties, and you're right that if you're writing a paper, everybody wants their perspective put in, that can slow things down. The advantage you have is if you're writing for a machine learning conference, you can separate the papers, and we do this routinely. We have clinical papers, which are written essentially by the clinicians by and for clinical colleagues in clinical journals or for conferences catering to clinicians. And there, the machine learning is kind of a sideline. It's mentioned as a sort of a black box. And then we have papers for MICCAI, which is a machine learning conference. And then the lead author will be the machine learning person. The clinician can apply in the introduction and discussion. They can talk about the medical context, but it's fundamentally a machine learning paper. So I think the solution to this difficulty that you mentioned, which is very real, is to sequester papers to individual conferences that are either AI or clinical. Yeah.
Excellent. More questions coming in. This one from Myrna. And this one's about fair or unfair comparisons. What if we are solving a rare medical problem with limited data set and other comparative work are using huge data sets? Not a fair comparison. Is it still comparable, and should we include the technical details in the table or elsewhere?
Yes, and this is a common problem because you may be dealing with like a small data set from, let's say, a low resource setting, right? And you want to show it works in here. One thing I've done in the past is put a column, like you find what is different about the methods. And one is the amount of data available. Okay, so you can say this one had 20,000 samples. I actually wrote a paper just like this. Yeah, you can get this accuracy if you have this zillion samples. And if you have 20 samples, what is your accuracy? And you can show that your accuracy is maybe close to the accuracy. Let's suppose the accuracy for the large data set is 90%. And for your tiny data set, it's 85%. It's a legitimate argument that you have gotten almost as good as kind of soda with much less data. And that shows that your method is giving a path forward in these data scarce regimes. So I guess the solution is to highlight that, and you can ideally in the comparison table itself, so that they can go across and see, okay, slightly lower accuracy, but also much less data required. It's finding those correct metrics. But it's very hard, right? Especially when you do really novel work, there are no proper comparisons. Or if you are really capturing the clinical relevancy, then people have not used those metrics in the past. And it's a really hard problem. So one way to do it is to say, here are the standard metrics that have been used in the past, but here are the clinically relevant metrics, or the metrics that are important for this use case, which are not comparable. And so you can present both the standard stuff and say, but these don't really matter, but I have to show them. And here are the metrics that really do matter for this use case. I hope that's useful.
That makes sense to me. From another attendee, is it fair to reject a paper based on the quality and structure of the introduction and literature survey while commenting very good for the methodology and motivation and results? Can't the author be given an opportunity to fix it in the rebuttal?
Yeah, so fixing things in rebuttal is really tricky because there is no oversight. Okay, there's no check that later you really did do what you promised to do. So that means that you're being taken on trust. If your paper's accepted to MICCAI, the reviewers are trusting that any fixes you can make, you're going to make, right? And so it's important that when you submit your paper, it's essentially done, that all the results are there. Reviewers are not allowed to ask you for more results. So in that sense, no, you cannot fix that in rebuttal. But I will put an argument that it is very legitimate, more legitimate than I think is given credit for, to incrementally advance the literature. And so, unfortunately, the MICCAI community or ML community does not always respect the value of incremental or methodological improvements, without some wowie new architecture. But this is an incredibly valuable way to advance science. And I would argue that saying, here is the literature, here is our incremental improvement to this literature, and here's why this is a valuable incremental improvement, is a very valid way forward. And if you don't make it in the main conference, then apply to a workshop. That's what I do, yeah.
Excellent. This looks like more of a legal question. Does writing about a topic preserve our copyright, and is it considered a patency to our work?
It is not a copyright. Well, it's not a patent for your work. Now, in terms of copyright, I guess it's common practice, and certainly what I do all the time is when I submit a paper to somewhere, I also post it on arXiv or bioRxiv, and instantly it's available, and then you, in a sense, get credit for that work. So there can be a long latency between submitting to a conference or especially a journal and having that published. So if you submit to MICCAI in March, and in November it happens, or whatever, September. So there's a long latency there, but you can post it in March on arXiv, and then you have a copy and you have done that work, and there's evidence that you did that work. And so if someone else does it a month later, you could say, well, I did it a month earlier. Yeah.
Let's see. Sometimes I have a new idea, but maybe it does not approve the results. I'm assuming like the original results. Is it still publishable?
So this is where the contributions section is so important. Okay, because you work through and say, okay, what did I do? As you're outlining your paper, you write up that contributions, those bullet points. And if you can articulate clearly that there are contributions and value, then it's worth writing the paper. If you can't, if it's kind of foggy and muddy, and if it's not convincing, if you can't convince yourself even that those are valid contributions, it's a sign that it's not ready yet. And that's very possible. That happens routinely. That well, for me, for example, I'll say, boy, this conference is coming up. I'd like to write something, but I think about my work and say, you know what? I don't have clearly articulated contributions. And that means that to write this paper would be premature. And we do no one any favors by writing a paper prematurely. If we can't articulate the reason someone should care, we shouldn't do it.
Looks like the last one. I'm working in self-supervised learning. There's usually a lot of models to compare against. How can we know how much models to compare against is generally enough? How can we know how many models we compare against is generally enough, given that each run can be very expensive in the computer?
Yes, and this is a big problem, right? And it's hard to reproduce people's work. And I am not an expert on this because I'm kind of against the whole comparison thing. I'm not sold on this part of the machine learning culture. And so I think that's a case of where I don't have an answer for you. But I would certainly include, if there are some methods that give the best results, include those. That's so-called SOTA, state of the art. And if there are methods that are directly applicable to the context you're working in, right? They're not soda, but they are covering your same topic. And other than that, I don't know. I'm sorry, can't help you.
Excellent. And that is it.
Well, thank you everybody so much. Best of luck doing your research and writing your MICCAI paper. And my final note I'll make to you is that peer review is your friend. And Andreas Meyer is going to talk to us about review. And he may say this, but I'll say it so you'll hear it twice. When you get those reviews, they are a gift because they tell you who is your audience and what does your audience care about. And it helps you frame your work properly. Okay, and with that, we're going to take a 14-minute break. And we're going to come back, and Andreas Meyer is going to tell us about the review process, which is something we all have a very great stake in. Okay, so see you in 14 minutes. Thank you.
So the MICCAI, so also the MICCAI community has already seen that the deadlines are very tight, and they even accommodate some additional time period after the deadline of the reviews to recruit so-called emergency reviewers. So sometimes you have people that promise to do a review, they have been assigned, but they don't deliver in time and they don't deliver even after the deadline, and then you replace them with emergency reviewers. What's very good about MICCAI is that essentially all papers receive free reviews. So, you know, a single opinion, of course, is very stochastic, but by recruiting additional reviewers, not just 2 opinions, but really 3 opinions, you get some balance into the stochasticity of this process. So everything you do at a conference is a time pressure. And unfortunately, even with free reviewers, you have some random factors in the review process. But of course, you can ask many more reviewers, but then you would start overloading the entire community. So we would only be doing reviews, but probably they would be less random and more consistent, but then we would also have a lot of trouble with the work. So there is, of course, some randomness in this. Further, one thing you should keep in mind is generally if you talk about review, there's different types of blinding. Yeah, so you can, of course, you don't know your reviewer, right? When you submit something, you don't know who your reviewer is. So this is typically most of the case blinded. There's also open review platforms where all is known, so it's not blind at all. You know who the reviewer was and who the submitter was. In single blind review, you hide the reviewer. And this is, of course, such that the reviewer can give an honest opinion, that the reviewer does not have to be afraid of any backlash. Let's say you're an early stage PhD student and you run into a paper that has been written by a senior academic in the field, which has very much influence, very high reputation, and you spot a mistake. The blind review protects the reviewer from openly communicating that mistake to the person. In MICCAI, we even go further. We have double-blind review. So neither the reviewer nor the author are known. And then you're reviewing a paper of unknown authors. You don't see who the authors are. And this is also a very important factor because sometimes reviewers are biased towards prestigious institutions. So if you know this is from a very high-ranking institution, you may be not as strict as if it's an institution that you don't know. So this is, of course, to remove additional bias. So you don't know who you are actually evaluating, and the person evaluated also doesn't know who he is evaluated by. Obviously, there can still be bias sneaking in. There's a couple of people who try to cheat the system. There's people who try to figure out from the language and the wording who of the colleagues have been doing that. You know, in small communities where there's like only 100 people involved, you know the other persons very well, and sometimes they start guessing. So I know this, for example, from humanities. Then you receive a review and the colleague says, oh, I know this has been this and this colleague. He is the only one who uses that term in that way. And I can tell you, yes, of course, you can try to play detective. But on the other hand, why should you? To be honest, I don't want to know who is reviewing my papers. I don't want to hold grudges, and this is very toxic for the community. And I think it's much better just to accept that the review is blind. I'm not trying to play detective, and then I can, don't have to hold a grudge on somebody who potentially, imagine you're wrong. Yeah, you're just doing a wrong claim. I think this colleague has evaluated my paper very badly. Um, I don't like this colleague anymore. Don't do that. It just takes away a lot of your. It's very emotional and it takes a lot away of your power. So you can spend that energy much better into science than holding grudges. So really, I think this is what you should do about that. Still, review is a little bit random, as I mentioned. One reviewer is unreliable. MICCAI aims for 3 to 4 reviewers, which is a very good standard of care. And then on top of that, there is a meta reviewer who is actually negotiating the entire process. And yeah, sometimes you have to be very careful because you're introducing a hierarchy. There's reviewers, and then you introduce a meta reviewer on a higher level. And if this is just a single person, if the person might be very emotional about a certain type of research, a certain type of paper, then they would try to, or they can also unconsciously try to push the decision into a certain direction because they like or don't like a certain type of research. So this is also something that on MICCAI is trying to avoid by restructuring the review process. And this is then, if things like that happen, that there's a bias in the evaluation, that there is claims that are made by even a senior person in the decision hierarchy, there is program chairs. And if something goes wrong in this line of command and you have the feeling that the whole process has been tampered with, then you can go and contact the technical program chairs and the TPs. They typically are very senior people who have a lot of experience in the review process. And if there is any doubt whether the evaluation has been fair or not, the technical program chairs will start an investigation and try to figure out what has happened. And if there are any underlying biases that might have influenced the decision, and they take care of this at really in a way that doesn't cause too many emotions. So really in a strict and strictly logical, argumentative way. And this is also very good that in the MICCAI society, things like that are also handled at a very, very professional way. So it's also nice to be part of the MICCAI community here. Well, there's pros and cons of conferences, of course. They're fast, very competitive. So 70% of the papers on MICCAI, more than 70% get rejected. On the other hand, it's also a very fast way of getting feedback. So you have your idea, you write it up, and within a couple of like 2 months or something, you already have feedback, and typically high quality feedback at top tier conferences. So you get also something, even if you get a reject, the reviews can have so much new information for you. They can help you improve the paper dramatically and really help you, although you get rejected. So this is also something you have to keep in mind. Good papers get rejected because there's a certain randomness in the process. But even if a good paper gets rejected, it gets a certain feedback that can be used to improve the paper further. And this then, I mean, if it doesn't work at the top tier conference, typically the papers already have a very high quality. If you then take the feedback that you get in the review, you can take that, combine it, improve the paper, and then typically send it to a journal publication. So I would highly recommend to do that. Even if you get a reject on MICCAI, you probably wrote a really reasonable paper, although take the review, work on it, and get it published, even at a journal paper. So it has a very high pressure. Sometimes conference reviews are very harsh. So take your time. So if there is emotional reviews, then don't take them personally. Maybe, there's all humans involved. If you get a harsh review, by the way, it should not happen on MICCAI, because the meta reviewers are actually also checking the quality of the reviews, and they try to sort out reviews that are not at the standard of MICCAI. Even though it can happen, everybody involved are people. So sometimes you get an unfair and harsh review, maybe just because, the person had a very bad day, they got a speeding ticket, and then their kid was lost, and there was a lot of trouble. So sometimes this happens. So it is all humans involved. Most of the time, these harsh reviews are related to other emotional factors, not really to your work. So take the part of the harsh review that is really about your work and still take it to improve your paper. And also, well, somebody is, yes?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that reviews can be not just harsh if somebody's in a cranky mood that day, but once you start reviewing for a conference, you realize how tight the time is, and sometimes people don't have time to be completely polite. And it's not harsh, but it's blunt and direct and focused on just the points they have to
Correct.
focus. And it can come across as harsh, but it's just a busy person.
Right, exactly. It can be just a busy person. It can be a bad day. I mean, you also have to think about it, that writing all of this takes time, right? And if you have 17 papers to decide as a meta, or if you have like 10 papers to review, then there's also a lot of pressure in the system. And also keep in mind that although everybody is committed to only accepting the best papers, also the peer review sometimes accepts papers that are not the best in the field. So it can also happen. It's not very frequent, but it can happen. Yeah. So take these things. If your paper is rejected, don't take it personal. And if you see that other people, so of course everybody on social media, I think, oh, my paper is accepted, yay, great. Nobody posts, oh, I got the second paper rejected in a row. But it happens. It happens to everybody. It happened to me. It happens to people in my group. Rejects are everywhere on the place. And you also have to build confidence. Although you get a reject, talk to your colleagues, take the feedback, and don't get desperate. It's part of the game. And in particular, in the early stage, if the first paper is written and you get a reject, people are heartbroken. I was heartbroken as well. But take that feedback, take the part that is really based on logic and argumentation, learn the way of argumentation. It will really help you to improve your papers. And then you get better papers in the next round of peer review. Let's do a little bit of the MICCAI 2025 review deep dive. I think MICCAI has been committed always to have an excellent peer review. Number of papers is going through the roof, so it's a lot of pressure also just by the sheer number of submissions to MICCAI that causes a lot of pressure. Still, I think the review process is very good. It aims at a really fair and transparent process. You can look up all of the details. So everything that I'm sharing with you is actually available on the MICCAI websites. They do the double-blind review. They have really a structured way of engaging the rebuttal. We will see that in a bit, the roles of the meta reviewers and what happens to the reviews and to the rebuttals and how the process goes on. Obviously, also MICCAI relies on emergency reviewers, and yeah, MICCAI has a very good code of conduct that really encourages structured and positive feedback. So I think this is really something that the community can be very proud of. I mean, I remember that like in 2015 and earlier, the technical program chairs, they would actually meet in person to do the final paper decisions. But at that time, the conference had like 1,000 participants and something like 300 accepted papers, 1,000 papers submitted. So at that time, you could really, the borderline papers, they were reviewed by the technical program chairs. They met and really decided on each borderline paper individually. At the scale that we have today, we can't do that anymore. So let's see how MICCAI tried to fix this. And I think they're doing a very good job. So we already seen that the double-blind and structured rebuttal phase is an important point. Also, a point that MICCAI makes is that reproducibility is something that the reviewers are asked specifically for whether the work is reproducible. And of course, they are open data, open source is your friend. If you are able to show that you share your sources, that you share your data, then this is also very good for the reproducibility, and it will also be appreciated by reviewers. Yeah, meta reviews are essentially everywhere. You have first reviews coming in, and then this is first decided by a meta reviewer, whether it's early accept, early reject, or actually going into the rebuttal phase. And all of this is done on a very strict tight deadline. In February, we had the submission deadline. In March, the reviewer bidding took place. So what's actually happening is that the metas, so the papers come in, and then you see which papers. So this is also where you submit an intention to submit, that you already know what the paper will be about. And this helps the meta reviewers and the technical program chairs to select who is actually a good person to do the revision and to do the review. And the reviewers can say, I want to review this paper, I want to review this paper. So they get a list of papers that may be suitable for them. And the metas then select for each paper who are the good reviewers, who are the right persons to assess this paper. And then they are asked to do the reviews. So this happened then in March. The reviews were submitted. And in the next stage, we had on MICCAI 3 reviews for every paper. Some of them were late, so we had to involve emergency reviewers. But once all of the 3 reviews were in, the papers have been screened, and I think something like 17 to 20 papers have been assigned to a meta reviewer, a different one than the one who selected the reviewers. And then they essentially went through and said, okay, this paper has a very strong probability to be accepted. So if you had essentially convinced already in the first round that all of the reviewers said, accept this paper, I'm very certain that this is a good paper, then these papers go into the early accept. Other papers that have very negative feedback, like none of the reviewers was convinced that this paper should be published, they go into early reject. And then it really depends on the meta to figure out which of these papers have a chance in the rebuttal. And you read very carefully the reviews, you look at the paper, and then you recommend a paper for one of those 3 categories. And in particular, if you do an early reject, you have to provide an argument why this paper went into early rejection. When you recommend papers for rebuttal, the authors get a chance to reply. So this is then essentially the phase where the authors get the 3 reviews, and then they can provide an answer letter and say, okay, there is a factual error in this review, this has to be, there's a misunderstanding, and so on. And then once you have written a rebuttal letter, the rebuttal letter goes to the reviewers. The reviewers see a rebuttal, and then they have the chance to adjust their review. For example, if there was a misunderstanding, they did a mistake, then they can adjust the score. And once this process is finished, 3 meta reviewers independently have a look at the rebuttals and the adjusted reviews, and they recommend acceptance or rejection of the paper. And only after 3 metas have seen the paper, it's actually then forwarded to the final decision whether the papers get accepted or rejected. It's very tight deadline. It's a lot of steps in there. And of course, all of these steps are in order to introduce checks and balances such that really bad decisions are not being made. And I think that it's a really good way. So the reviews, so we have 3 to 4 reviews per paper. And this is structured on scorecards. And if you're also asked to summarize the paper, just to make sure whether the reviewer really has read the paper and can summarize the contents and the meaning. Then you have to point out the strengths and the weaknesses. So this is really structured. And generally, all of the reviewers are asked to be nice and constructive. It's not just that they have to write nice words, but what we really want to provide is constructive feedback. So if a paper is not at that level of being accepted, you want to provide hints on how to improve that paper such that at some point it can be accepted at a top tier conference. And I've seen that many people really do excellent reviews. They provide very structured feedback. They give like one page, really dense information, not just some blah blah, but really here you can improve and this is better. And have you thought about combining it with this method? So there's really a lot of very good, valuable feedback coming back in these reviews. And in particular, the reviewers were asked not to use AI to use their review text. So this is also something, if you use AI, a key problem is all the information in this review process is confidential. So you're not supposed to show any of that to an outside person. And if you use a large language model, an AI model on a web interface, there's no guarantee whatsoever that the information could be leaked. And this is exactly the reason why no LLMs are being allowed at MICCAI for the review process, because this is, of course, a huge problem that confidential data and intellectual property could be leaked into a system. Then it suddenly becomes part of a training data. Paper gets rejected, and then a couple of months later, some LLM is retrained with that and produces ideas that were in your paper. And of course, we don't want to have that. So ethics are very important for the reviewers and everybody in the review process at MICCAI. The area chairs on MEDAs, they essentially assign the reviewers fairly, they monitor review quality. Then later, they shuffle the papers, they write the meta reviews, and they balance the consensus. And obviously, they are another check and balance to sniff out really bad reviews. If you are a MICCAI reviewer and you just write stuff like, I think this paper is bad because I don't like it, you will have a lot of trouble with your meta. And all of the reviewers can also be graded and scored. And if you have several papers that you grade very poorly and don't pay effort in your review, there you will not be selected as reviewer again. Or then maybe even if you're really doing scientific misconduct. So sometimes I've seen that not at MICCAI, but at other conferences, sometimes you get this feedback. Yes, this is a nice paper, but cite this 10 references, and then there's like half of these references are from the same group. And then you also think, okay, what's happening here? And the meta reviewers, the area chairs, they will sniff out stuff like that. Because they can also see the identity of the reviewer. And then you see, okay, this reviewer is just recommending papers from his own group. So maybe that's not a very helpful review. All right. Yeah, I think MICCAI got many things right. The increased transparency is really good. You get feedback in the review. You have a chance to rebuttal. They dramatically reduce bias. Of course, there's always reasons for bias, and I mean it's not possible to get all sources of bias out, but they pay considerable effort to get it done in a nice way. There's of course the guidance to reviewers. The rebuttals are taken seriously, and there is an open feedback culture. So I think that's pretty good. I think what's also interesting to you guys is sometimes reviews go rogue. Sometimes there's misconduct, there's mayhem, there's misguided meta reviews, and all of this stuff happens. And yeah, there's people who consistently give overly harsh critiques. And there's also something, if one reviewer always gives worse scores than others, this will also have an impact. And then they don't review, they don't evaluate so many papers. So if you have bad luck and you end up with a reviewer that consistently gives bad scores. I have seen that luckily in the MICCAI it's not so much the case. I've seen that in other communities. There's a certain person, in particular when you're organizing the conference and you have access to all of that, you can see that over many years this person has a much lower average score than everybody else. And then you can see that and you can correct it, for example, with statistics. I already mentioned the citation manipulation that people sometimes try to do, that they recommend to cite their own papers. Then what I also see, and this is also nice and very open about MICCAI, MICCAI encourages also junior people to take part in the review process. I've seen that in other fields that the professor then accepts a lot of reviews, but he doesn't do it themselves. They don't do it themselves, but they just give it to their PhD students. Say, "Oh, please write a review for this paper," and then they submit it in their own name. And this is actually something that I don't think is a very good standard of conduct. And this is specifically not happening in the MICCAI Society because we encourage young people to take part with their own name in the review process. There's even people trying to sabotage. It's also something that I haven't seen on MICCAI, but I've really seen on other conferences that people try to cheat the system. Then they take the same paper, they exchange the title, they rework the abstract a little bit, and they change the keywords. Because in some conferences, the reviewers are selected by keywords, and if you select different keywords, you make sure that not all of the keywords end up with the same reviewers. So let's say you have a 50% of papers being accepted, then you just submit the same paper twice with like in a different context and different category. And if both of them get accepted, you just withdraw one of the papers. And yeah, this is also something where MICCAI has countermeasures in place that really, because all the assignments are manually checked, and you would have a higher probability of detecting stuff like that. So this is also very good about MICCAI. And then if it's not double-blind review, there's also this clique behavior that they know, oh, this is from a group that I like, they're my good friends, and then I evaluate their papers very positively, and the other group says, oh, this is also my friend, and then this happens, and this is where the double-blind review is very important. So somebody just raised a hand. You want to ask a question?
Petros, is this your question? I'll read it out to you in case. Petros asks, what's your opinion on an open review system like NeurIPS uses? And does that in some ways make more sense than the double-blind system?
Yeah, I mean, the entirely open, if you know who has written, no, I mean, they're pseudonymized, right? So then you can see everything. It's one way to go about it, but I'm not sure if it fixes all of the problems, because well, one thing that is also tampered with is, for example, intellectual property. Because if you publish everything at the time of the submission, you have to make sure that there is really nothing anymore in the submission where you haven't taken care of intellectual property first. So if you want to go towards this type of conferences, and also if you use archive, you have to make sure that you protect your intellectual property before. So this is one thing that we don't have at MICCAI. Your intellectual property will be protected until the paper is published. On the other hand, yeah, it's one way you can go about it. There's many different flavors, and to be honest, I can't tell you which is the best option.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's really true misconduct examples that I can also talk about. Sometimes really people plagiarize. They just take passages of other papers and put it in there. This is, of course, something you want to avoid. I've seen like fake reviews that people do not even read the paper, And to be honest, I think I've encountered this once. I had a review and it was full of critique, but the critique was so superficial that it could have been copy pasted into any paper. So this is also something that somebody is just using a template for the review. And obviously at a conference like MICCAI, this would be detected really early because the meta reviewer can see all of the reviews that are assigned to him, and then you can see, oh, this guy is not posting a meaningful review, and yeah, this obviously doesn't work at MICCAI. There is also these paper mill networks, and this is really, really sometimes people try to do that by addressing like low-tier journals that have a very simple threshold of getting papers accepted, and then they just cite each other and submit to these uh, like where you can get very easy into. And there's even fake journals. So you also want to be very careful when reading a mail. Sometimes you get these invitation. Oh, we invite you to submit to our journal, and then you realize that this is actually not a real journal, but it's just a fake invitation, and all they want is for you. They don't even provide peer review. Your paper gets published in 2 days. They said, oh yeah, we accept it, but all they want is you pay the publication fee. So you have to be very careful about that. And this is very closely to these paper mill networks. I've even encountered the case where this was really interesting. There was a paper that got accepted, and then before the publication, they expanded the author list. It turned out that the people they added were their peer reviewers. So apparently the peer reviewer said, "Oh, this is from a group I know," and the peer reviewer contacted the office, and I don't know what he said, but for some reason the paper was accepted, and then before publication they tried to add the peer reviewer as an author, and obviously this also didn't go through, and there was actually a significant aftermath when this happened. Yeah, and there's all kinds of different accidents that can happen in this type of regime. One thing that you can do to prevent stuff like that. So if you get an unfair reject, and this can happen, good papers obviously also it's a stochastic process. Archive is a pretty good choice. I mean, there's open reviews where everything is done in the open domain, and some journals even accept the journal submission has to be on archive. So I think this is actually a very good safety boat. It's a safety boat because sometimes the good paper gets rejected, and then somebody else publishes something very similar, and because your paper got rejected and theirs was accepted, you will not have the credit of having had the same idea at the same time. An archive can, of course, prevent that, because then you can say, look, this has been developed simultaneously. It's just that the other group was a little bit more lucky in the peer review. So this is really a good idea, but remember, archive stuff is immediately public, and if you think about filing a patent for something that you're doing, then of course that may stop you from using archive. Make sure you cite properly. Uh, some people like to use AI, and I've seen that papers got submitted with complete bogus references, with papers that have that didn't even exist. So this is a very clear indication, not of AI use, but very clear of scientific misuse, and you don't want to have stuff like that. And if you have very clearly wrong citations in your paper, yeah, this is also very embarrassing. So try to avoid such very clear mistakes at the first place. Also, if you have way too good recognition rates, if you have like 100% accuracy and area under the curve of 1, you may want to check if you have a problem in your experimental setup, and you accidentally trained on the test data or something like that. So be sure not to make mistakes like that. Of course, don't take the whole process personal. Be professional about it. We also ask all of the reviewers to be professional about it, but you should do that as well. And you also should, in the process of playing this peer review game, build some confidence and resilience such that you can also accept the negative feedback and take it really to improve your work. Yeah, there's obviously red flags like the too high accuracies and things like that, which are very likely to be like cross-validation is also some point that very frequently goes wrong. In machine learning world, there's all kinds of simple mistakes you can make that cause way too good accuracies. So this is also something that you should really avoid because other people will spot that immediately. So really do that. Yeah, there is, of course, negative things that happen. If you suspect misconduct, don't make it public, say, oh yeah, there's misconduct at this conference, but really contact the program chairs and they will handle an investigation and come up with a fair result. If you do that in public, like on X, and say, "Oh yeah, I've been treated unfairly and everything is bad," well, on the one hand, it's very emotional, but on the other hand, it also indicates that all of the scientific conduct is also about handling things professionally. And if you just blame people and put out suspicions as this was this colleague and he has evaluated me badly, don't do that. It's not a very good standard. Contact some arbitration body like the program chairs, they will help you. And then don't try to pay back in your own peer review. If you suspect that a colleague has evaluated you badly, don't go ahead and just evaluate the other group if it's single-blinded very negatively because you hold a grudge. Maybe you're simply wrong. Maybe you assumed something really wrong and it wasn't actually them. So don't assume stuff and be professional. Grant the benefit of the doubt.
Andreas, may I read a question to you?
Yes,
Chat?
please.
And they ask, if you have had a paper early rejected because the reviewers believe you cannot fix all the problems with the paper within the timeline of rebuttal, but you think you can pull it off, what do you do?
Well, one thing that is very clear in the MICCAI guidelines is that you cannot provide additional experiments. So this is, if it's just a thing of wording, you might be able to pull it off. But if really this is additional experiments you have to do, this is really managed by the guidelines of MICCAI that from the submission to the publication, you're not adding any new evidence. So this is not allowed in the review. So even if you think you can provide the evidence in that time frame, it doesn't help you because the guideline says you're not allowed to bring additional evidence. So if they have some logical errors and you still, if you get an early reject, it's probably confined by multiple reviewers that there's a problem in the paper. So of course, it might be that all of them made a mistake. Then you can, of course, contact the program chairs and say, okay, I think there's a serious there's a mistake that has been done by all of the reviewers, by the meta who made the decision, and I think I'm still right. You can contact the program chairs, but then also take a step back. Why did several experts independently spot the same problems and negatively evaluated your paper? It can be that all of them made a mistake, but maybe the mistake is on your side. So be also very critical of your own work and make sure that it's not a mistake that you made. Because as I mentioned initially, the peer review is your safety belt. And if you insist on publishing something which is erroneous, that's also not very good for your scientific career.
Thank you. I'll just add that if it's anything like me, it's probably my mistake, not the reviewers. But you cannot stay in the main conference, but you can take that review and rework your paper and
Right.
submit to a workshop with a later deadline.
You can submit to a workshop, you can rework to a journal article. After all, the purpose of the review is to check whether there are errors and help you correct them. Right. Okay, I'm almost at the end of my presentation. So some words. Okay, peer review isn't perfect, but as already mentioned by Charles, I mean, it's as good as it gets. You have to do some sacrifices on the way, and we haven't found anything that works better. So I think there's a lot of thought that has been put into the MICCAI peer review process. It still isn't perfect. It's been an ongoing process to improve it. And you also have to keep in mind the scale of MICCAI and how many papers have to receive very good feedback. There's all the volunteers, people, they don't receive any compensation for what they're doing. And this is, of course, something that you also have to keep in mind. Don't submit really bad papers to MICCAI because there's so many volunteers, so many of your colleagues. Don't submit anything premature. Try to really submit good papers, get good feedback. And I must say that doing peer review at MICCAI for me always is a pleasure because the level of the quality of the papers submitted is typically so much higher than many of the other conferences that I know. Don't engage in troll wars. Don't let yourself upset by some very harsh and negative review. Take the part that is relevant and that can be argued with, and then stay on a logical structural level just to make your point of the argument. Archive can be your friend. If you get rejected, you still have the evidence that you did the work and that it's on archive. Really, be kind, don't get furious. I mean, of course, if your paper is about to be rejected, that can make you very emotional. Stay on the argument, stay in nice words. If you think of how you will react as a reviewer, you wrote something, and then the other person also writes something that you are, well, maybe not the brightest person to say in friendly words. What will the reviewer probably do if you're very negative about him and don't have an argument, but just say, oh no, this is all nonsense? Well, the reviewer will just lower the grade and then you get rejected for sure. So make sure that you have a clear argument, a logical argument, and also, if somebody didn't have much time and really made a mistake and misinterpreted something, then there's still time to correct it in the rebuttal phase. Well, I can say you one thing that you keep in mind, that after the review deadline is actually before the next review deadline. So once you get feedback, maybe the paper is not accepted, but you always get something valuable back that you can take to improve your paper. So take that. There are rejections along the way, but really take your lessons, learn from what you receive, and make things better. And if there's really misconduct and if there's really something wrong and somebody is misusing your power, there are processes in place. Use those processes to file a complaint. It also happens, but it's very, very rare. Most of the time, when I've seen complaints, they were very, very emotional, because they simply didn't like the points that the reviewers made. But of course, it can happen. And with that, thank you very much for your patience, and thank you very much for listening to this. I'm also on, I think this is still the Twitter icon. I think it's X now, but for some reason I don't want to use that one.
Yeah, that's okay. That's the Twitter's nicer.
This is
Andre
much
yeah. Andreas, thank you so much. I have a question in the chat and also a comment. The question is, assuming you submit a conference paper to MICCAI, for example, and it gets published, can you publish it in a journal if you have additional material to flesh it up to the journal standard?
Yes, so this is possible in some journals. There's also special issues for it. So sometimes the the best papers on MICCAI, they even get invited for special issues, such that an expanded version of that article can also be published in that journal. So yes, it's possible, but you have to check the journal guidelines. So typically they say how much. So if you're invited for a special issue, they tell you how much of the text can be reused and how much additional experiments have to be present. So it's actually part of the invitation mail. And if you go to a journal, so I would expect to be at least 50% to be new. I would, if you really want to do that. On the other hand, you know, MICCAI is already a very good conference. Maybe having it accepted there and being published, it's very visible. For, at least for my taste, if we have a MICCAI paper, I consider it published and we work on the next paper, maybe a follow-up. But for MICCAI papers, I have seen that rather rarely, except for special issues. For other conferences that have very short papers, this is much more frequent. So if you have like only 2 or 4 pages conference papers, then I've seen that quite frequently, that they also get published again in a journal. That's very common, for example, in the medical physics community. But they have not, the conferences also accept up to 90% of the papers. So there, the conference contribution is not so much of a challenge.
Wonderful, thank you. And can I just comment? I especially appreciated your your statements about being kind and not taking it personally. And I think everyone should review to realize just how much time pressure there is. You also emphasized how much time pressure there is, and it's sometimes hard to be kind, and we can be polite when we review, but being kind and positive sometimes is too much for the time allowed. And so sometimes reviews sort of get stripped down to just the criticisms. And I think it's really important to realize this is not anyone being even mean. It's just they're being too busy. And so to not take that personally, I think that's one of the best takeaways you've shared.
Yes, I must admit I like the direct. So I'm German, you know. I like the direct feedback because it gets straight to the point. Okay, do this, and then your paper gets improved. So this is my personal preference. If you are very wordy and put everything into nice words, I say, okay, let's cut all of this. Okay, what are the points that we need to improve on? And I like the efficient communication,
Right.
but
Yeah, so
that's not everybody's taste. Yeah.
Right. But as people with our papers getting rejected, let's remember that it's just a direct professional feedback we're getting. It's not nothing personal. Yeah.
And sometimes there's also hilarious misunderstandings. Sometimes you get a reviewer who, you know, isn't also maybe at early stage, you don't know what happened, but sometimes you also get hilarious reviews. And then, you know, we have a board in the lab where you can pin up like the most hilarious reviews you got. And this is also one way how you can deal about it. So that's the bad review board. And then we collect hilarious reviews.
Yeah, and another point you made too was about it does no good to snarl back at reviewers if you didn't like their reviews, and always be polite. And I will add that certainly when I review in the rebuttal phase, part of my assessment in the rebuttal phase is how professional and thorough the rebuttal was. And if the authors show that they are competent grown-ups and do a really strong rebuttal, that's an important factor. So something to keep in mind too in that rebuttal phase.
Yes, and you know, sometimes people they can make advantage of that they understand the review process. So for example, in some conferences, the rebuttals go directly to the meta. In some conferences, there's the reviewers looking at it. And then, you know, the people think, okay, this will go to the meta, and then I say this because the reviewer will have no chance to answer it. And they do all the political games. Don't do that. Stay with the argument. Make your points. Highlight the misunderstandings. It's much better.
Okay. Well, Andreas, vielen Dank. Vielen Dank. Thanks so much for this talk. And I guess we'll see everyone at MICCAI 2025 and 2026. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Yes. Thank you so much. Okay. So I think our plan here is in 1 minute, we're going to turn this over to our panel about MICCAI's past and future. And so if you need to go grab some food or the bathroom, now's your chance. And if one of the panel is a minute or two late, you have an extra minute to grab your breakfast. Hi, Tareen, how are you?
Hello, good and you. I'm trying to get over a bit of jet lag because I was in middle. So it was in Utah. So
Oh, sure. Okay.
yeah, so feeling it.
Oh, so traveling east, which is the hardest way to travel, right?
So
Okay.
every day at 11, well, since yesterday, 11 o'clock is the hard one. So 11 o'clock till bedtime.
Okay.
And you, are you good?
Oh, I'm doing well. Yeah, we got up early, but now it's daytime here, so
Nice.
all set. Yeah, this has been a good session.
Nice.
I think we have one more person, Maruf, due to arrive, so we'll wait just a minute or two for him to drop his kids off at daycare or whatever it is he's doing, and then we'll move into the next session. Hey, Ajibola. I haven't seen you since Morocco.
I think Maruf City is here, but maybe I don't know if he joined via the main link or.
Yeah, Maruf, if you are if you join by your panelist link, maybe you will appear more easily, or maybe I can find you. Yeah, Yasina, go ahead and unmute and ask your question. Maruf, I tried to promote you to panelist. There you are.
Okay.
And now we'll make you a co-host and we're good. Okay, so I have the pleasure of introducing these three. I discovered looking at the list that I kind of have connections to all three. So
Yes.
I'm very pleased. Okay, so Nahal, if you remember MICCAI in Canada, 2023, was it? Yes, she was able to attend. She was actually the very first RISE travel grantee, and that was a year when we allocated 8 travel grants to people from countries that were not the United States or Europe, and only one of you was able to get a visa in time, showing the incredible barrier. There are several barriers to expanding the ML community to include everyone on the planet, and visas are one of them, right? It's a terrible curse. But Nahal was able to navigate that and show up at MICCAI. So super glad to see you again and to hear your perspectives. And Ajibola, I had the pleasure of actually, we just came off a thing about MICCAI Review. And I had the pleasure of the random papers that I was assigned to review that year was this paper about spectromics or whatever it was called. But it was a beautiful combination of machine learning with the clinical reality that underlies. So there was a real clinical problem and meshing the machine learning with that and pulling on the biophysical, the physics of the problem to inform that machine learning. So a wonderful paper. So I'm glad to see you here. And then Maruf works with MAI Lab in Nigeria that our lab, Global Health Labs, works with. And they do amazing work in just getting computing power and challenges and grants and a whole network of AI work across the continent. So super glad to see you here. I don't know what you're all going to talk about, but I bet it's going to be good. And so I'm looking forward to it. I have a question. If there are questions, how do you want to handle this? Do you want those to be dropped in immediately, or do you want to wait till the end, or what is your preference on that?
For me, I'll prefer coming at the end. Yeah, I think what I have to present today is more of a journey. So, if there's going to be any question at all, it'll be best to address it at the end.
Okay, and all are you three mixed up? Are you each talking one at a time, or how is this working out? So,
I'm not sure the format.
I
Okay.
think Charles there were 3 speakers, and then I think it starts with Nahal, then Ajibola, and then Maruf, and each one. And
Okay.
yeah.
So you each get about 20 minutes. And do you each want questions at the end of your time? And if that's the case, I'll have to cut you off, or we'll take end at the very end of the hour.
Yeah, that works fine for me. So questions at the end.
And questions at the very, very end. Okay, so we're going to hear each person speak. You each have about 18, 20 minutes. And I don't know what your order is, but please go ahead. And whoever wants to start.
Okay, sure. Hello again. I'm happy to be here. I think I made a little mistake. I didn't know it's a panel, so I just made up some presentation. I don't know if it's okay. I can go through that, or I just
No, I think
stop.
that works perfectly. If you have about 20 minutes, you can just give your presentation for 20 minutes, then we'll move on to the next. That's ideal.
Yeah, it is. So just let me share my screen.
Are you able to share?
I have to quit and reopen it. I'm sorry.
That's fine. So if you do have any questions for the panelists, let's type them into the Q&A and maybe include the name of the person to whom it's directed. And then to the degree we have time at the end, we'll try to answer all those questions. Nahal, you should be able to share. There we go.
Yes. Could you see my screen now?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So it have to. Oh, I just spoiled the best part.
That's okay. It went so fast we didn't see it. So
Okay. So this is the first page. Okay. Again, hello everyone. I'm Nahal Mirzai, and today I'm honored to share my journey, my research journey, and I'm just hopeful that this is insightful for you.
I'm sorry, Nahal, we lost your sharing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for mentioning that. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see that. And where I started.
Okay, good.
Perfect.
Okay, my journey began when I studied bioinformatician at Sharif University of Technology, Tehran, Iran. Our program was based in computer engineering department, so we were a bunch of computer engineers just enjoying solving biomedical problems. To give you a little context about higher education in Iran, I want to say that accepting to top university like Sharif is highly competitive, and it's usually determined by nationwide entrance exam. The bright side is that if you got accepted, education is tuition free. However, it also have some hard its consequences, like TA-ships and RA-ships are usually unpaid and considered volunteer works, and research funding is usually uncommon and very limited. So when we submit our works into conferences or journals and it got accepted, usually the students and sometimes our supervisors are responsible for registration and it costs. So this brings us to 2023 when our paper was accepted to MICCAI 2023, and it was a exciting milestone in my research journey. At that point, I reached out to MICCAI organizers and I explained my situation and asking if there is any support for registration. My request was kindly forwarded to MICCAI RISE, and I was incredibly fortunate to be selected for travel grant, beside 7 other awardees. Thanks to RISE Travel Grant, I was able to attend the conference in person. And in this picture, you can see me beside lovely Esther, who was wonderful and ensured I never felt left out throughout the conference. And it was an invaluable experience for me. But just let's roll back a little bit. About a year before this photo was taken, when I was deeply involved in my research that brought me to the MICCAI. At that time, I had no idea of the future. My research was to predict drug efficiency from high-throughput fluorescent microscopy images. It comes from this cool idea that virus cytopathic effects like syncytium can affect the size and morphology of the cells. And by extracting these features, we can make profiles from them. And we are able to predict the drug most probable effective against a virus. My dataset was RxRx98, and it was included with more than 1,000 components. And the experiments were conducted against SARS-CoV-2. I began this project in 2019, soon after the initial dataset was released. And I was constantly collaborating with biologists and pharmacologists to validate our top score components. Although our top hits have all high scores, but they weren't good enough from biological perspective. Until 2022, a highly effective medicine called Paxlovid was discovered and published, and here is the twist. None of its component nor itself was included in my dataset. So it kind of felt for me that my research was doomed to be failed from the scratch. And it highlights a crucial point to my research journey. Sometimes, instead of trying to find the answer, maybe we need just to ask why we cannot find the answer. For me, this led to another fundamental question. Why can't our models tell us when the effective drug simply isn't in the dataset? Most models are trained to always provide a prediction, even if the correct answer is not there. But in real-world tasks, like screening, the one we are looking for might be absent. So we ask, can the model know when it doesn't really know? Can we help it to estimate its own confidence in its predictions? To tackle this, we add just a simple auxiliary network to our models to estimate the confidence in its predictions. And we observe that although some of the drug have high score, but the model confidence on its prediction is low for them. So it kind of give us the sense of the model doesn't sure about its predictions. To give you a little more insight why this happens is because basically the representations of those drug sample was something out of distribution of our trained model. So basically model was trying to estimate something on its OOD samples, and the predictions on OOD is something that we cannot always trust and rely on. You may find more about our work in our paper, and I want to acknowledge my brilliant co-author, Mr. Vassanian, and my supervisor and mentor, Dr. Rohba. Realizing how important it is to trust a model's predictions, especially in biomedical application, I got more interested in group robustness and fairness in subset of generalizations. There we simply assure that model prediction is reliable for underrepresented groups within training data. We have also have organized a workshop on this matter called Workshop on Spurious Correlation and Shortcut Learning in ICLR 2025. You also may find more about this workshop in the links. These past days, I want to say when I was trying to prepare for this presentation, which I'm not gonna lie, it was the hardest presentation I ever made. I kept thinking why I'm here today and why I'm standing beside so many brilliant scientists and just share my journey with you. And one word constantly come to my mind, and it was luck. I was really lucky that reviewers understood the story we told in our paper. I was fortunate that Kitty forwarded our application to RISE-MICCAI. I was more than fortunate that this amazing team of the RISE selected me beside other awardees for the travel grant. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I barely made it to the gate because I just received my passport 6 hours before the flight. And now I feel incredibly lucky to be here with you all to share my journey with you and hope it encourages you. And the more I thinking about the luck, it become evident for me that the same forces that can bring us good things can also bring us adversities, like war, like global pandemic, like financial concerns, you name it. And in this world full of uncertainties, maybe reaching to a point or publishing a work or conference shouldn't be a success. So what can we do? What can we do when we cannot guarantee reaching to a goal? We can just simply enjoy the journey. If we cannot control the uncertainties, we can indeed enjoy the journey. So if you wake up in the morning and you are just excited about your experiments that you have done and you want to see the results, if you are just involved in your mathematical question and want to solve it, I want to congratulate you because you find the happiness through your path. And I think this is the ultimate goal because it can help you to embrace the hardship and challenges during the job. And so just dream big and embrace the difficulties and embrace the difficulties because the same forces that brings you because the same forces that brings you the good events can all oh, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. This was the hype of my presentation and I just got sorry. Because I believe that happiness is the ultimate goal in our journey and it allows you to endure the hardship and embrace the challenges. So dream big, fight for it, and embrace the difficult moments. Because the same luck that brings challenges also bring chances and opportunities for you. And then you can just take them and do the same exact thing that you were doing and enjoy your journey in your new path. And above all, don't forget to have fun. Thank you. And yeah, that's
Well,
all.
thank you. That's marvelous. Okay. You mentioned luck, but I will say that there's a saying that luck is where preparedness meets opportunity. So credit to you for being prepared to take advantage of that luck at each step. Yeah. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Maybe, so I don't know who is next in our talks, and if you stop sharing, Nahal, then whoever's next
Sure.
can take over.
I think I'm next.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Nahal, for that wonderful presentation. Very inspiring. Let me try and share my screen. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we see your RISE Summer School retrospective.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much. All right, hello everybody. My name is Ajibola. I'm a final year PhD candidate at the University of Cape Town, South Africa. We're graduating very soon, though. So today I'll just be sharing my journey and my experience with MICCAI, starting from the beginning of my PhD in 2021. And I hope you'll find some useful insights from my experience. Right. So my journey, my academic journey started in Oshu State University in Nigeria, where I completed my bachelor's degree in electronics and electrical engineering. That was in 2008. No, 2014, right, 2014. Right. And shortly after I had my master's degree, my master's studies in microprocessor and control engineering from University of Ibadan, also in Nigeria. And after my master's for about 3 years, I was a lecturer. I entered academia, did some lecturing, and I put a break on that. I stopped lecturing, and I decided to focus on full-time PhD in biomedical engineering at the University of Cape Town in South Africa. That was my first time outside of the shores of Nigeria. So it was a unique experience. And the theme of my PhD was hyperspectral imaging for the tuberculin skin test. So there was this, it was like being, thrown into the middle of of the Atlantic Ocean, right? The gap between what I needed to what the skills that I needed for my PhD compared to my background in my bachelor's/master's degree. Right. So prior to my PhD, my background was more hardware intensive, right? And then I quickly realized that for my PhD, I needed to switch my mentality to more programming and data analysis intensive approach. Whatever programming I did in my master's and my bachelor's was more, assembly language for microprocessors. Then for my PhD, I realized I needed object-oriented programming. I had to learn Python programming specifically from the scratch, data types, loops, conditions, and the likes. Then, of course, I had to progress to computer vision, image processing, machine learning, deep learning, and all of this, was like what I call it, informal learning, right? Online resources, workshops, MICCAI workshops, whatever it is I could find online, I just, I got my hands on as much material, video materials, documented materials, just ensure that I bridge that gap in knowledge. Right. And the theoretical knowledge I had prior to my PhD was more theoretical knowledge on semiconductors, electronic sensors, computer architecture. And then for my PhD, I realized I needed theoretical domain knowledge in the particular clinical application, which in this case is latent tuberculosis. So I had to read up a lot on latent tuberculosis. also needed domain knowledge on a particular imaging modality, hyperspectral imaging. It was the first time I've ever heard of hyperspectral imaging, so I had to learn how do you acquire an hyperspectral image, where is this, what does the signal look like, how do you pre-process, how do you, ensure a good signal quality, all kinds of things, right? And it was more physics based, right? So, but I had to, do a lot of studying in the first year of my PhD. And I also had to address, the whole point was to address a novel research question, right? Using the domain knowledge, theoretical domain knowledge, and methods from machine learning and image processing and deep learning. So I started my PhD in July 2021, and I heard about MICCAI from my supervisors, at the MICCAI community, and how important it is to be part of the MICCAI community. So shortly after I started my PhD, I applied for the MICCAI Society Student Participation Award. That was in 2021. And I was granted the award to attend MICCAI 2021. It was virtual back then due to COVID restrictions. So it allowed me to attend MICCAI 2021 virtually without having to pay the registration fee, right? So that was my first MICCAI experience, right? So there was a lot of presentation of all kinds of papers. For the first time, I was exposed to all kinds of oral presentations from cutting edge papers, and it was very overwhelming, right? There was a lot of information to grasp. Just 3 months into my PhD, I was still trying to understand the basics of what I needed, and I was already listening to presentations from like the cutting edge researchers. Right. But what I got from my first MICCAI experience was a high level understanding of the latest discussions in MICCAI subfields, right? Such as computer aided diagnosis, computer assisted interventions, interpretability, and uncertainty in machine learning, image reconstruction, and so basically, what are the latest discussions, the latest problems to be solved, and latest approach and things like that. So I got that high level understanding, even though I didn't understand the nitty-gritties, right, of the various presentations at my first MICCAI experience, right? And then in 2022, my focus was, to acquire some hyperspectral imaging data for the analysis of TB skin tests. So that was the data set for my PhD, right? And in MICCAI, if you're going to submit MICCAI 2023, you need to do all your work in 2022, right? So 2022 was, how can I acquire this unique data set for this new tests? A new we're trying a new approach for the skin test that has not been done before, right? So a lot of 2022 was spent acquiring the data and trying to generate some results towards writing a paper for MICCAI 2023. And then 2023 came, January, February 2023. I wrote my first paper and I submitted for the MICCAI 2023 main conference in Vancouver, Canada. And then the verdict came out. Unfortunately, it was early reject without rebuttal. So the rating back then was, the reviewer ratings was on a scale of 1 to 8, and reviewer 1 gave it a 3, which is outright reject, with overall comments, that states that the technical novelty is very limited. Also, very small amount of samples. So the sample size then was 20 hyperspectral images. It's also difficult to get those 20 images, right? Right, but it's generally it's a small sample size, right? And also the paper itself, right? The reviewer complained about the structure, the style, the writing style of the paper, that it wasn't easy to follow the notation. Therefore, it wasn't, there was no evidence that the results could be replicated. Right. The next reviewer, second reviewer, was a bit more lenient, or rather more favorable, but it was still a weak reject. Says the paper has a lot of good bones to become an important manuscript, but I guess I didn't tell the story well, right? And then the third reviewer also weak reject. That the problems of unclear structure leads to less understanding. So basically, it was a criticism on the structure of the paper, how I wrote the paper, right? Then I modified the paper and then submitted to one of the workshops for MICCAI 2023. And unfortunately, once again, rejected, but this time it was desk rejected, right? The workshop organizers never gave a reason why it was desk rejected. I'm not sure, I don't think it was the format of the paper or the formatting issues because it was the same formatting for MICCAI submission. But if I were to guess, I would say maybe the paper was maybe out of scope for the workshop. So that's probably one important lesson, that if you are submitting for a workshop, ensure that your paper is within the scope of the workshop, because workshops are a bit more narrow than the MICCAI conference, that it's very, very wide, right? Then came 2023. It was officially announced. Marrakesh, Morocco was announced as the host for MICCAI 2024. It was the first time for MICCAI on the African continent. And shortly after, the first Africa/MICCAI Summer School, was announced and scheduled for September 2023. Right, and I think the aim of the summer school was to train African researchers on how to improve their technical and writing skills and to boost their chances for having accepted papers for MICCAI 2024. So I was inspired by this and I joined the summer school and I was assigned a mentor. I was assigned a mentor from MICCAI. I learned a lot from the summer school, just the way I believe you're all learning a lot from the summer school. The format of the Africa Summer School is very, very similar to the format of RISE-MICCAI 2025. And then what I got from the summer school was a lot of the things that were missing in my paper. Right? I understood what was lacking in my first MICCAI paper. And after the summer school, I had a lot of Zoom meetings with my mentor, the Africa mentor. Every 2 weeks, we will meet for about 4 months. There was a lot of guidance on how to properly pre-process my data, train models, analyze, and there was a lot of hands-on guidance, right? And of course, it was in addition to guidance I was receiving from my PhD supervisors at the University of Cape Town, right? And then in 2024, I wrote a new paper based on new results, and I submitted for the MICCAI 2024 main conference. And this time around, the MICCAI ratings was on the scale of 1 to 6. The first reviewer, had this overall comment that it describes a creative, novel, and potentially useful approach to biomarker searches. Something tells me, if I were to guess, that this reviewer was probably Charles, if I were to guess. Right? I'm not sure if that's right, but if I were to guess. Right? And then the next reviewer gave it a score of 4, weak accept, stating that the manuscript is well organized and in good writing, although there are some limitations of the correct study. So we see here that the writing style, just by improving the style of writing alone can hedge your chances, can just push you a little bit. It can increase your chances a little bit more, right? And then the final reviewer says that while the study shows promise in latent TB infection diagnosis, further clinical validation studies with larger and diverse patient cohorts are essential to assess real-world applicability. And it's a valid criticism. The sample size was still quite small. In the previous year, the sample size was 20, and here we had increased to 37, still generally very small. But so the paper focused more on explainability, right? Explaining the intuition behind our approach. It was a novel approach, a novel application, and so we spent more time. The paper spent more time, explaining that, right? And that was the contribution of the paper. And because that, shortly after this, this was the paper went into rebuttal. And so I had to address the comments, the criticism of reviewer 1, who gave it a 3-week reject, right? And that was how I, explained our position, right? And after the rebuttal, the paper was accepted and published. And the co-authors were my supervisors, my PhD supervisors, Dr. Bessie Manila and Prof. Tinashe Muchangwa. Dr. Victor Campello was my Africa mentor. I learned a lot from our sessions, and Dr. Mukishe was our clinical partner. So typically, a lot of the paper authorship has that that kind of structure. You have clinical partners, you have supervisors, you have mentors. So it was a wonderful experience and collaboration. I got a lot of help from all the co-authors of this paper. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity. And so I applied, the application. I saw the application for a travel grant, RISE-MICCAI travel grant. I applied, and thankfully I was awarded the grant to attend MICCAI in Marrakesh, my first time in North Africa. So I'd been in West Africa, I'd been in South Africa for my PhD. So it was my first time in North Africa. It was a wonderful experience. And that was where I got to meet Charles for the first time in person. Then I also signed up actually to review other papers for MICCAI 2024. So I reviewed other papers. So I was not sure about when I saw the call for reviewers. I was like, well, I don't do anything. What do I know about MICCAI? So let me try. Right? I thought they would not accept me to be a reviewer, but my application was accepted. So I reviewed papers based off of the knowledge of what is expected in a MICCAI paper, and I got that knowledge from the summer school. So all of the things I believe you've learned so far in the summer school and what you learn are the kind of things that if you review a MICCAI paper, it's and you spend enough time on it, you can demonstrate that you're a good reviewer, right? So I reviewed other papers at MICCAI, and I was recognized for the Outstanding Reviewer Award given to the top 12 reviewers at MICCAI 2024. It was. I'm very grateful for to be selected among the top reviewers, and that was my first time reviewing MICCAI, reviewing for MICCAI, and so it was a surreal experience. Right, so after my successes in MICCAI 2024, I focused on writing and submitting my PhD thesis for examination in 2025. Right, and so the reviews from the examiners, external examiners for my PhD thesis were positive, and they came in I think earlier this month or last month, right? And I'm scheduled to graduate in September 2025. So basically, I'll conclude on with an advice to anyone who is just starting their research career. It may be overwhelming at the beginning, but it gets better with time. Mentorship is very, very important. I experienced that firsthand. Mentorship is very important. It helps you focus on the right things and avoid some mistakes, right? There are some mistakes you don't need to make, right? And having somebody who has tread the paths ahead of you before helps you to avoid some unnecessary mistakes and focus on the right things, right? It's like optimization. It optimizes your journey, right? And of course, procrastination may be your worst enemy. For any researcher, yeah, procrastination is an enemy you need to fight aggressively, right? So to help you with that, setting deadlines to present results of your analysis to your supervisors or mentors, it can help you be more productive. And that I found that was very helpful. Once there was a deadline, it was easier for me to get work done than if there was no deadline. There wasn't set deadline for anything. Right. And then consistent work on your research is a lot more effective than just a short burst of work, right? So just being more consistent in your research, you are more likely to be successful than if you focus on just doing a short burst of research work, right? So thank you for your attention. That was just all I had for today. I'm open to taking any questions you may have afterwards. Yeah, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Najibola. Yeah, I think that was my review. It was fun because it's double blind. Like Andreas said, reviews are double blind, and so I reviewed the paper and then got to see you, and it all fit together. So that was wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. So if you have questions, put them in the Q&A, and Tareen will navigate them. But then we'll move on to Maruf now to be sure we've got time to cover all the ground, and then take any questions for individuals afterward. Thank you. Maruf, please go.
Yeah, thank you so much for that introduction, Charles. And it's really been an honor to be invited to share my MICCAI journey. I know for a fact that the journey has largely been a success, and that's one of the reasons why I'm being given this opportunity to share one of the things I've learned over the course of my attendance and relationship with MICCAI people, and hopefully we can use this to inspire the coming generation. To share a little bit about myself, my background was in physics electronics at University of Technology in Nigeria, then MSc in medical physics in 2016, PhD in medical physics at the University of Lagos in 2022, and currently I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia, United States, where I'm working on imaging biomarkers and using it to identify etiologic factors from ordinary CT scan of lung cancer patients. So my MICCAI journey started in 2022 when it was scheduled to host in Singapore. I I was a fourth-year PhD student then, and I've been working on brain tumor segmentation. And it was primarily on the traditional methods. And on one of my searches while doing my research, I stumbled on the brain tumor segmentation challenge, which makes use of deep learning approach. And ironically, they've been running since 2012. So I reached out to the organizers, the company of Uduna, and we decided to join the BRAT team. And I was invited to attend the conference, but it was just too expensive. The travel award then was mostly for people in Asia. I remember applying, and it was just like it would be too expensive to sponsor someone from Africa to come to Asia, where there are equally people from Asian countries who submitted manuscripts to be part of this conference. So in 2022, I largely worked on the image processing, image annotation for the BRAT team. Then we started the BRAT Africa Challenge in 2023. And one of the reasons why we started the BRAT Africa Challenge was the fact that deep learning methods work best on data sets where it is trained on. And since 10 years plus of running BRAT, it has never featured African data sets. And when all these methods are big to be deployed in the clinics, it's definitely going to struggle with generalization. So we created the first open access public data set of brain tumor segmentation from Africa, which consists of T1, T2, T1 contrast layers, and the FLAIR images of 146 patients. Apart from the fact that we use this to organize the BRAT Africa Challenge, we also published the data set in TCIA, the Cancer Tumor Imaging Archive, and for 2024, it was the best performing data set, and we also published our data descriptor in radiology artificial intelligence. So in 2023, we launched the first BRAT Africa Challenge at MICCAI 2023, and I got the travel award luckily, but IRCC said no, and I was denied the visa. And the reason then was I do not, what was it once again? That I do not have sufficient reasons, sufficient means to sponsor my trip, even despite furnishing them with a letter of sponsorship from the MICCAI organizers. But that's just one of the challenges of participating in science internationally. These boundaries across countries have always been a barrier. You find it difficult to get visa, you find it difficult to travel for some of all these conferences. So I ended up attending virtually and participating in the MICCAI and the program. Then in 2024, we hosted the second year for BRAT Africa Challenge, and we have a couple of participation from people who are not even residents in Africa again. And luckily, I got the travel award and I was able to attend in person. And the people that I've been collaborating with for the past 2-3 years, we finally get to meet in person and also chart new course of direction for our work. So, and now in 2025, the BRAT Challenge was accepted as part of the MICCAI Lighthouse Challenge, and we've already started. We'll be concluding the validation phase in the next 1 week, and from which we'll move to the testing phase. So these are our third year of running, travel award or not. I have to figure a way to get myself to MICCAI, and apart from the fact that we're organizing the BRAT Africa Challenge, we're also organizing Mirasol, which is targeted towards the challenges of medical image computation in low resource settings, LMICs all over the globe. And apart from this, I'm also currently a co-author on 5 papers that are submitted to the main conference and various workshops in MICCAI as well. So with all this background, what exactly has MICCAI done for me? One thing I am very happy about is that it expanded my way of thinking. You never know how you can evolve as an individual, how you can reorganize your logical process to be able to make better decisions. So attending MICCAI and being part of all this team make me understand how things are best done, and in using that approach, I'm able to learn from this set of people as well. Then I also learned new concepts by virtue of my attendance in MICCAI. I remember one of the papers we submitted currently for one of the workshops was on a lightweight architecture. And where I got that concept was actually from a poster stand that was posted at MICCAI 2024. in Morocco. So I've been able to also implement those new concepts, not only learn about them. Then I also met really cool and awesome people that we've started various collaborations. My research has improved, and I currently keep having these metrics based on our research outputs on Google Scholar. Yeah, so with all this background, I have some things that I would like to share which relates to how best you can maximize MICCAI. As a rule of thumb, this is one thing I learned from my mentor. You always attend conferences with sole purpose of learning, and you see it as these marathon lectures that you start in the morning, you don't go back on the you don't get to go back to your hotel room until evening. But during this period, you will have learned a lot. Even if you don't get them jotted on paper, there are still things that can spark your curiosity, and you could always go ahead and make Google findings and just know much about it. So also be a participant. I mean, it is not just sufficient that you are here person. Don't be a bench warmer. Learn to submit papers, ask questions, contribute. One thing I also learned is that when you ask questions, you are only stupid for a minute, but if you don't ask questions and you do not know these things, you remain ignorant for a lifetime. So it is really important when you see people do posters or give talks, you could be able to ask the questions immediately after their talks, fine. If you couldn't, you could still walk up to them afterward and still strike up a conversation about what you really would like them to shed more light on. Then as a rule of thumb, I always like to visit every poster stand, even if they are like 1,000, 1 million, okay? So I try as much as possible to visit each one of this stand, and if possible, take pictures, and during my study, go over those posters again. Because not only are you expanding your own knowledge base, you would also be able to provide good feedback to the people who you are currently visiting their poster stand. And I realized that most authors actually look forward to this, and they appreciate this when you provide valuable insights to their work. Then as you keep doing this, you keep making new friends, because majority of us can be early career researchers at this stage. We can be PhD students or master students, but if we keep going in this direction, these are the people that will form our collaborators when we start writing for R01, R21 grants. We really want to establish those connections when we are peers, when we are still at the early stage of our career, and mentor each other. There's also this thing called peer mentorship, that we can use peer pressure, use peer to influence positive change in each other. Then also try to explore the city. I mean, one of the key things I like doing is the memories that you are able to take from each city where MICCAI is organized. You could be able to take these stories back to your family. Some of them might not be in the science, but they always be interested in the tourist sites that you visit, take pictures. They will always appreciate that. Then also, one thing I find that actually works there, which most people fall victim of, is that as human beings, we are expected to have at least minimum of 6 hours sleep per night. But during conferences, because we have so many things to catch on, lot of people cut back on the sleep that they actually do get during conferences. But that in turn affects your performance the next day. You just wouldn't be sharp and agile as you should be. So as a rule of thumb, I would strongly recommend, to the best of your capability, while still doing the necessary things you are supposed to do, try to have the minimum required of sleep that you know it's required to keep you functional the next day, to be bright, to be sharp. All right, so that's it about me. Thank you so much. I would like to take questions at this stage.
Well, thank you so much, Maruf. Thank you for giving a shout out for sleep. There's so much research now that if we don't sleep, we don't function. So you're absolutely right. And any questions, you can type into the chat, and Tareen will pass them on. Before I pass this over to Tareen and Esther to close out, I do want to emphasize that these speakers kind of clarify why MICCAI and why people who contribute resources to RISE do this, because there is such a huge talent pool in parts of the world that in the past have not been part of MICCAI. And so You might think that it's a generous, open-hearted thing to do to expand participation, but from MICCAI's point of view, it's a purely selfish benefit as well, right? Because there's just a vast amount of talent to draw on. So yeah, wonderful to hear all this. And yeah, Tareen.
Yeah, I don't see any questions actually. I think they were congratulating them on their journey and they were inspired by them. I think that was a comment. But maybe then I can ask a question because I think I've met Nahal. That was nice when she was in Vancouver. I think Ajibola, well, I just missed you when you were at UCT, but Maruf, I think we emailed each other once or twice. So maybe just to put something out there, I guess when you look at things retrospectively, you can see where you've come. And I think the hardest part is when you at that moment where you kind of doubt yourself as a student or academic. So maybe kind of if each one of you kind of says, when you're in that moment, what do you do when you're in that? Is there something that you do? Is there something that you read? Something that you could share maybe with some of the other students that helps you? I know I exercise a lot. That helps me a lot. But maybe there's something else that you do, even if it's not academic or anything else. Sleep is one of them, I think, as well. So, anyone who has anything to share?
Okay, so if I can quickly give a few pointers regarding that. I was reading one of these philosophy guys, and the key question they asked was that what's going to matter in the next 10 years? What's going to matter in the next 100 years? We still keep talking about some ancestors or some founding fathers of our field. That is because of the impact they have made in the field where we are currently studying. So as a rule of thumb, one question I typically ask myself is that also has guided how I make my decision is that by this time next year, would this thing matter? By this time next 10 years, would it matter? So if it matters, yes, I put in all the hard work, all the effort, and if it doesn't matter, then I just categorize it as one of those distractions and just let it go.
That's a wise word. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tanya, for the question. Yeah, for me, I think the question you ask, I put it under the category of imposter syndrome. I get that from time to time. Even when I got this invitation, I was like, oh, why are they invited me? I thought they'll let it. Yeah, so I think maybe like last month I also got invitation for the reviewers panel. I was like, so it's like a group of reviewers, and I was included. I was like, oh, why you calling me? Like, just no, go for the season reviewers. So I get that every time, like that imposter syndrome. I feel like okay, like I don't belong here, that sort of thing, right? So, so one thing that works for me is to just see it as a good thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing, because I look at the other side, So if you want to consider the value of something you're not sure about the value, if you know the value of the opposite or the reverse of it, right? So I guess the opposite of imposter syndrome might be overconfidence, right? So I feel like, well, I guess it's better to be not sure and having to verify, right? And knowing that okay, there's still room to grow, than to be like, okay, I'm coming into this like being overconfident. So it always helps me to like try and do the best, right? So if there's anything I have to do, I have to give a presentation, I'm called upon to do something, I have to submit a paper. I said, okay, I always have starts by feeling that doubt, like, okay, I'm not sure I'm good enough to write this paper or to do this, right? And I take off sometimes sleep, before I start work, I can take off like a week. Right. I'm just thinking about, okay, I want to start writing for MICCAI 2024, right? That week, I'm not writing it. I'm just like sleeping, resting, just like preparing myself, And then the Monday of the next week, I just thought, okay, open my laptop first thing, like, I start from the scratch as though I don't know anything. So I always start every task as though I'm starting from the scratch, right? No assumptions, just start, okay, it's fine. I'll climb this hill. I'll do as best as I can, and we'll see where the chips fall. Right, so yeah, I see it as there's some merits to that. It helps me to put the best into things rather than being overconfident and doing and putting less work into it. Yeah, that's my philosophy. Thank you.
That's nice. don't know, Nahal, if you have any.
Sure. Actually, I do really doubt myself, and it's been a while that I'm dealing with self-confidence and the concept of the confidence. And for me, a practice that helped me a lot was just start something from fresh, something that I'm really bad at, but also I really want to learn it. The worst I'm at it and the most I like it the better the hobby or anything that I want to start it is, for just building and seeing how I slowly grow through something that I don't know. And this confident on the process, not just myself, just the training and the duration help me to my self as doubt through my career. And yeah, that helped me a lot. And also another mindset that I try to gain, that to allow myself to be just a human, just to make mistakes and just to not know what to do, or not know all the things in the world. And when I accept this concept, the gain was that I was no longer fear about not knowing. So I can concentrate on my weakness more, and I can confront them and learn to, okay, build my skills and build my knowledge step by step. Yeah, for me, these two things were helpful.
Thank you. That's super helpful and useful, I'm sure, for everyone here today. I don't think there's too many questions. Maybe they will probably message you afterwards or try and connect with you, I think, as well after the session. But thank you so much, Maruf, Ajibola, and Nahal. I think it was super interesting to see your journey. And then hopefully, if you all are coming again to MICCAI, I get to meet you again. That will be really nice. And now I can connect with you on LinkedIn as well. I don't know, Esther, if you want to take over anything for the end of the day, or if there's anything else. I'm not sure. There's a question that says, can you leave your emails in the chat? I'm not sure. I mean, that's a personal thing. I don't know if you want to leave your emails or your LinkedIn contacts. I'm not sure what's the best for all of you. You can.
I
Okay.
think LinkedIn will be better.
LinkedIn? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So I
Both
guess.
works for me.
Okay, so maybe, I don't know if you want to perhaps type it, maybe if you want to put in your email or LinkedIn, I guess they can search your name. I don't know if that's okay, the person who answers the question. You can also maybe just search on their name, because you can still see their names on the summer school website when they present it, and then you can, I'm sure they'll accept it, your invitation as well, if you just say that you're a part of the summer school. Yeah, that's fine. So maybe with that, I guess we close for the end of today. I don't know, Charles, if there's anything else you want to add from earlier in the session, but I guess we can thank our speakers and everyone for all their time today. I couldn't see the total. I think there were about, okay, now the participants are leaving, but there was something like 180 that I'd seen earlier. So thank you to everyone for taking your time out today and sharing your journey. I don't know if, Charles, you want to add anything else before
No,
we
just thank you all so much. Yeah. And actually, thank you, Rise, for putting this on. This is wonderful.
There's Esther there, so say thanks.
Thank you very much for having us. That's awesome.
It's very great to hear your journey.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Take
you
care,
very
everyone.
much.
Keep well.
Bye, everyone.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.